with all that because of the pandemic. I don't know anything about a full-time board meeting, do you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to our June 19th workshop, and it is being filmed, and so you are on camera, so give your best smile while you're talking. I don't know. He's got it hid somewhere.
Over at Jason.
Over that way. So face that way when you want to talk. Okay, first of all, we like to say welcome everybody here and everybody that's online. Appreciate you being online with us. And at this time, we'll ask our Mayor Pro-Tem if he'll deliver our invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's bow our heads. Our Father, we're truly grateful and humble for the many blessings you brought into our lives. We're grateful to be able to gather here today in person for our workshop. Father, we're also thankful for guiding and helping our country and our nation through these trying times. We ask you continue to lift each and every one of us up, bring us through as only you can do, Lord. And we're also thankful for our military people and our first responders and all the doctors and nurses that have been called to duty to deal with this pandemic that we have. Father, we know we're still not out of the woods. We know the forest is thick. We know the forest is large. We ask you to continue to be with us and walk with us through this process. Father, we ask you to be with us today as we make our decisions governing our town. Be with each and every one of us as we go our ways. Father, only through you can all things possible be made. We ask this in your most precious name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Don, if you will, lead us in our pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and you may be seated. Okay. I think that, let's see, approval of agenda. Do we, have a motion for approval of the agenda?
I make a motion we approve the agenda.
I second.
Okay. Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let's see what we got. Monty, we got him online, right?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, and council. Mike Doyle, who's been providing you updates every month. Your work session is on the line. And also, as we transition from pre-construction into actual construction, Matt Britton will be filling in intermittently until our next project supervisor gets on board. He's finishing up a project at the airport, I believe. So, Mike, at this time, I'll turn it over and just ask you to kind of speak up.
Sure, thanks. I'll get on some pre-construction and Matt will talk about mobilization. So we did get a second round of proposals this week. So far we've put out roughly rough numbers, 90% of the project. We are currently tracking on budget, if not a little bit under budget, and the finished packages will go out either Monday or Tuesday of next week. So that'll include your paints and your carpets and your casework. And that's the last little bit left to bid out. That said, we have our permit in place for the civil work, so that'll allow us not only to do earth moving, but it allows us to mobilize and do all of our kind of our site work, utilities and everything. We have our permit in place for the building, and we expect to have that one approved relatively quickly. So that being said, I will transition into Matt, who's going to talk about mobilization.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is Matt Britton. Starting kick off about mobilization. One, I just want to thank everyone for their time to attend the pre-installation meeting on Wednesday of last week, or I guess of this week, sorry. I think it was a pretty successful turnout, went through some good details, and we're excited to kick off mobilizing for Monday. A couple of the different items going on next week, pending the moisture content of the soil, how much rain it is, but we're going to spend a couple of days construction entrance, putting our BMPs in place, erosion control, clearing and grubbing the site, and then we'll be looking into moving in some fill. You'll see the trailer coming in about a month out once we get the fill taken care of, but you'll start to see in about 2 weeks, probably a week or so, the construction fencing, the Monteith signage, the project signage, and all that good stuff. From a submittal standpoint, we've turned in the utility submittals, product data, shop drawings into the civil engineer, and we've also given fill samples to ECS directly at the pre-installation meeting on Wednesday. So yeah, like Mike said, we're in the application process or the approval process of the building permit. I'm in touch right now with the fire marshal. Make sure he gets a hard set of the drawings, and we're really looking forward to it. So, any specific questions from the constructability side?
Yeah, we do have a question, Matt.
Yeah, so this
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Dwight Torres. My question is, what's the scheduled completion date?
The April 29.
And are we on schedule with that?
As of right now, yes, sir.
Okay, that's all, thanks.
I think they're starting Monday, right?
Yeah, so Monday you'll actually start to see fill dirt being brought in. That civil contractor, site contractor, which Mike had alluded to, was the lowest bidder, a little bit under budget, which is good news. And then, sort of to summarize, they had additional bid packages that were received this week on elements of the project, like the slab and framing and doors and hinges and all that other good stuff.
Okay,
so
thanks.
everything looks good.
Thank you.
Completion date is
April 29, 2021.
2021.
Correct.
Okay.
All righty. Well, they'll be moving right along if they meet that date, right? So,
Yeah,
but
it'll
sounded
start
like
being
they had
busy
all
out
their stuff
there.
together anyway.
That's
So,
right.
They'll have to stay on schedule.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, they've even got delays for hurricane, stuff like that, which they're not going to have. We're not allowing one this year. So, but they have got that worked into the schedule. So
Yep.
this company really seems to know what they're doing. Okay, at this time, Mr. Kyle, I'll turn the
Thanks,
Ocean
guys.
Fest over to you.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good day. All right. The small victories there.
Kyle, I'll follow up on what Dwight said. I couldn't hear anything that gentleman was saying. It was very, the auditory was terrible. But my only question was, and you've answered that, was to keep the council posted and on the schedule, as well as making sure we stay within budget and getting it done. Because I couldn't understand what he's saying, but I know you do, and you've got it.
Yeah, 10-4. And also, too, just to quickly follow up on that, we're going to start working on getting our website dedicated to just this project. So the very high-level schedule that's been published and put out there, that just kind of gives the really large milestones. But we'll also put the really detailed schedule and cost and all of that. They'll be submitting their time-lapse photos and videos so that we can upload that. So we're looking forward to keeping as much information on there as
Good.
possible.
Good.
So. All right, Mr. Mayor and Council, again, good morning. Your next item is to discuss really ordinance section 12-11 and more specifically the segment B or section B within that ordinance that discusses the ability, or I should say the non-ability, to have alcohol consumption within the town streets, within town sidewalks, alleyways, etc. The reason why this is Ocean Fest is that Mr. Lugens has been very instrumental in promoting a successful event with that Ocean Fest project. We did meet with Mr. Lugens yesterday along with Chief Shanahan and Councilwoman Batts and Ms. Hobbs to sort of go over this, and we think we had a solution to it. Ultimately, this is, in my opinion, going to continue to come up as far as these types of requests, and at any point the council wants to move forward with looking at amendments, I would preface that as that I would like to present to you some procedures or policies that would be followed if that were to be a desire of council and a desire of the town, because ultimately the town manager has the authority to approve this through the special events committee and the sign off on it, and I would want to see that defined, meeting certain standards, etc., if we did move forward with it. So really that's about it. I think that Mr. Lugens might have an update from our meeting yesterday that he might want to share with council, but ultimately I would be looking at council to provide that direction moving forward.
Okay. Where did he go?
He's behind the podium.
Behind me. I couldn't see. Oh, okay. Couldn't see him for the podium. Would you like to speak, Cody?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for taking the time. Just as town manager was saying, I think this is going to be an ongoing presentation from people putting on events. I think that allowing alcohol and not such a secluded area during town events, during private events, special events, is again just going to continue to come up in the future, and I think it's something that will benefit the town. It will make a more cohesive event, not only for Ocean Fest, but say for the Bridge Jam and all these different events that Surf City puts on. I think it is a positive. We're not trying to say, hey, it's a free-for-all, let's all go party. It is more about structuring it in such a way that when someone does apply, they've got to go through the same regulations and same paperwork. All has to be filled out in order for them to get those permits passed. It's the same thing you have to do with the ALE, both with my restaurant, with the event we did last year, with the event we plan to do this year, Willing, is there's a lot you have to do. There's a lot of homework. It would be the same exact thing. And I think if we can come up, or the council can come up with a reasonable amendment to that section of the policy, then I think it would be a good thing, and I think that the town would benefit from it in numerous different ways. If anybody has any questions about some of the stuff I've learned about it, I'm happy to do so. Otherwise, I just wanted to kind of say that last thing and piggyback off of what the town manager was mentioning.
Well, I expect with the number that you had last year and with the advance notice that everybody's going to have this time, I'm expecting a large number of people for it. And I think y'all discussed using the park. Is that right, Teresa?
Well, I think am I on?
Should be. Yeah.
I think we were talking yesterday just about policy and procedures just being consistent, because it does continue to come up year after year, and our main goal would be being consistent and following that policy is basically for safety. And I had mentioned, I had heard that there was another group that was looking to possibly close down Nelva Albury Park and want to close down that part of North Shore for another event. And if you start allowing one streets to be closed down and then you don't allow other streets to be closed down, then you look like you're favoring one person. So I personally think that this is going to be an every year thing. Having it in the park, being able to have your alcohol in your stage, and the event's going to grow. It's a dead-end street for safety. It's, I think, a nice location for you to have your event. And I would, hope that everyone on council would agree with that location down, rather than closing down streets.
So I want to understand the discussion. Section C already allows for special applications and as long as it meets requirements. So what is it that's at debate here?
So currently, I think one of the discussion I'm trying to bring to the table is when you have that special event, you have to have a section wherein alcohol is consumed. For example, I know several people attended Ocean Fest last year. There was a specific area and alcohol could not leave that area. And using that one as an example, what happened was we had vendors, we had ecological information centers, we had silent auctions, we had charity areas, we had an adaptive surf clinic, a surf contest. Well, if you were consuming alcohol, you couldn't participate in any of those things because you couldn't leave that area. So what we were trying to come up with is a plan that if you were to have a soft border around the entire perimeter of the event, which you guys, I believe, have seen that document that shows the footprint of the event. As long as it had checkpoints, as long as you had security, then consuming alcohol inside those boundaries is what we were looking to do, whether it be at the park, same rules, have a boundary, drink inside there. There has been other events at the park currently, that same deal, they sort of segregate the area of drinking just to try to keep that controlled. I think if you take the right measures and you do your homework, you can have a successful event inside of a larger boundary, and that's what we're looking to do.
Yeah, well, when this says specific area, so, I mean, it still covers whether it's a larger footprint that you're asking for. And did we discussed the expansion previously, right? Has that changed? Did we go back? Are we asking that question again? Is that what this is?
I think that there was just a little bit of uncertainty or maybe some lack of clarity from maybe my half to some of the council members, and I just wanted to bring it back to the table again to make sure we were all under a firm understanding of what we were looking to do. During our conversation yesterday, it seemed like the park would be a good fit. I don't disagree with that. It is Ocean Fest, so we want to try to be as close to the ocean as possible. However, if we need to settle for something like the park, then so be it. I don't think that that's going to eliminate future events or individuals like myself coming to the council to try and have an event outside of the park. So maybe this is one way to circumnavigate that a little bit. Again, I just think that blocking it off even within that footprint does sort of create a little bit of an interesting dynamic that is less positive than it could be.
I mean, under the current conditions, obviously more space is better.
Correct.
So I would be supportive if that's what we're asking. What is the ask today?
It was my understanding that the Section 1211B disallowed drinking alcohol of any sort in the streets of Surf City. So that would be the amendment. Those roads would indeed be closed for a certain amount of time. There would be a roped off area, that same footprint, and alcohol would be allowed to be consumed, barring Ocean Fest and our group making sure we did what we're supposed to do to appease the town and the ALE prior to, and then it would be permitted.
Now, just to be clear, I'm in support of what you're trying to get after, and I think Section B, with what we discussed last time about allowing some of these businesses to operate in right-of-ways, doesn't Section B counter that?
Well, this would be, it technically could, except for the ordinance it might be in conflict. But even if this event or future events wanted to utilize the entire park area, it would still need to be addressed.
Yeah.
Now it's the town streets that would potentially pose, closing those off, having additional security for that. If we're going to move in that direction, then I just need to know what the desire of council would be so that I could adapt specific policies that would be followed for not just this application, but every application moving forward.
Let me weigh in here a little bit. All the towns that I know of along the coast, as well as other towns that have things like this, they have a designated area. That designated area, the footprint doesn't govern and go into the streets. Take Alderman Topsail, they have a set area. Now, you made the statement, Mr. Lugens, that you couldn't leave the area that is there. You're looking at it from an age standpoint. When you have an event, the public is invited and the public is there, and you'll have it from 6 years old to 96 years old. And so from the alcohol consumption standpoint, you have to have an area that you make sure the adults are going in and the kids are not getting in there, and you got to control that. Alderman Topsail has the same area roped off where people go in and get beer and wine, and they must stay in that area. Now, if they want to use, and they have silent auctions as well as the rest of them, if they want to participate in that silent auction, they can still leave and go do that, but they can't take that alcohol beverage out of that area that's been designated. And I still have a concern. I'm for events serving, but I still think we need to confine it. I have a problem opening up street-wide to say that we can consume alcohol on our streets. How are you going to control people parking and walking up there with open containers of alcohol that has not been served in your event, but they're bringing their own? And that will happen. I mean, human nature is human nature, and that will happen. And that can create a problem. It creates a problem for our police department to try to police and try to handle as well. So I am not looking to enlarge the footprint to include 3 or 4 streets or whatever that case may be for it to be designated as the alcohol consumption area. I think it still needs to be confined to an area. I think your original application said the Welcome Center parking lot, I believe. Is that correct?
That's where the alcohol would be served.
Yes, and that's where it needs to stay for it to be done, because like I say, you have the public is there, and you got people coming and going all the time. You know, our parking is limited anyway, so they're going to be parking and walking in. And human nature being what human nature is, as Carolina Beach has learned, and Myrtle Beach has learned, and Atlantic Beach has learned, when you open things up like that, then you have problems. But if you have a designated area that is small enough and contained enough that can be actually supervised and handled, then it fits better. And everyone gets to utilize it and enjoy it. But I have a problem and would not support opening amending our thing to open our streets up to alcohol. I just have a problem with that. But a designated area, I'm fine with that. But I can't see bringing it up and bringing it out street-wide, and it would encompass what, 3 streets roughly?
No, sir.
Well,
Wait a minute now. Well, go ahead.
I got a couple responses. So Autumn with Topsail does have a designated area where you purchase beer tokens. You use those tokens to get your alcohol, and then you are permitted to walk around the perimeter of their entire Autumn with Topsail grounds. So that means you can purchase that alcohol in one area. You can go dance. You can go to the far corner and purchase a piece of art. You can go inside the assembly building and look at the museum. You just cannot exit or enter their checkpoints with alcohol. That is the same sort of philosophy we would have. We also have volunteers from the Navy who will be at the checkpoints, making sure that people do not enter or exit with that alcohol. Currently, if we were to go with the footprint that we've made, or the site plan that we've made, there are 3 checkpoints that would be manned from open to close. Again, you would not be able to enter or exit the grounds anywhere but there. The boundaries are soft barriers, so if there was an emergency, you would simply walk right over it. That doesn't mean that somebody couldn't run as fast as they could and barge in, but you hope that people are decent enough not to do that. Additionally, the Surf City Shuttle has agreed to shuttle people in to avoid some of the parking. We've spoken with some members of Walmart as well as Publix and Food Line, to where we have meeting points where the Surf City Shuttle could pick them up and bring them to a specific drop-off point, which would eliminate a lot of pedestrian traffic as well as parking. So that answers a couple of the concerns that you had. Ultimately, the footprint that we have and the site plan is not extremely large. It's slightly larger than last year. We simply closed off about a square block, but it's between 2 blocks. So if you can imagine where the old stoplight is in where it was in Surf City, you would close off that section of Roland. We would have the beach access at Roland, or the parking lot rather, and then all the way to the north entrance of the Welcome Center. So and that would be the area. So we're probably tripling the space we had last year, which, going by the amount of people that we had, I think that's probably a safe thing to do. There were a lot of people in a small area. If we were to have the event where it is now and only allow people to drink in that Welcome Center parking lot, or actually it's half of the Welcome Center parking lot, I think we'd have to move the event to a different location because that would definitely be unsafe, judging by the amount of patrons that we had and also what we're trying to do as far as the other portions of the event.
You mentioned controlling your entry and exit points. How many exit or entrance points do you have?
Currently, there are 3.
How many is it possible to be there?
How many is?
How many entrance points are possible to be there that's going to be manned?
I suppose you could do as many as you wanted to. It just seemed like 3 was a round number, so people knew that where you get in and out of versus just kind of come and going. The less you have, as long as it's a manageable space, the more you can enforce security and manage those checkpoints.
I agree with that, but I don't think there's any way that you're going to be able to say I've got 4 entrance points or I have 5 entrance points when you've actually going to wind up with somewhere between probably 10 and 12 entrance points.
Why is that?
You got people coming off the beach, walking and coming into your event. You got people walking and coming down the streets coming to your event. You got all those streets where we closed off. So you got what? There where the stoplight used to be in Roland Avenue is one. Any place they park, they can come in through the other areas where the bank is at, where the ice machine's at now, where Mr. Shugarts' place is at. Any of those places can be entered. So they're entrance points.
So you're
Well, I
suggesting
think-
that people would just hop over the boundary that we would make?
In most cases, they either go under or over. I mean, that's human nature.
Well, I suppose that's kind of a moot point because I can't control people making poor decisions and not following the rules, but that's why we're trying to change the rules so they are in place. So if someone does do that, we say, hey, we have a permit, this has been an amendment that's changed, you have to leave.
Excuse me for a minute.
Yes, sir.
What barriers are you using for perimeter? Similar to what they do at Autumn Fest?
Yes, sir.
So
a soft barrier so
what's-
they can go over it.
What's the difference between somebody violating Autumn Fest's
I'm not
barrier if they are using the same thing? And Autumn Fest, it has just one entry and exit, I think? Autumn Fest?
Autumn's got 2 entries.
One little area, it doesn't, the Autumn Fest is, if I'm not mistaken, it's down there, there's really only one street that's really affected by that.
Right, and they go to both sides of that street, and as I remember, there is one entrance and one exit, easy to control that way.
Yeah.
And then to your point, you do purchase alcohol and can travel the entire space to purchase merchandise and everything, and I think that's what you're after is
Yes, sir.
trying to increase the potential of raising money, so. I mean,
That's ultimately the goal.
Yeah.
The bottom line is this would have to change for that to happen, but there are incentives to allowing people to move about while consuming alcohol.
Yeah.
Again, this isn't just some free-for-all that we're trying to have everybody go out and get loose. It's just people tend to maybe have a beer or two when they're at an event next to the beach on a Saturday, especially in October when the weather here is beautiful. We had a great turnout last year, but one aspect of feedback that we got from vendors were saying, hey, well, how do we get where we can put my vendor space next to the alcohol? Because the people who had vendor space next to alcohol made a lot of money.
I'm in agreement with you. I think
And
they
people
should be.
over here didn't get that same opportunity because people wanted to listen to the music that was also in the alcohol consuming area. They wanted to hang out with their friends because that was the more lively area. Whereas if you open that up, you're allowing a more even playing field. Another thing I would like to harp on for a moment is the benefit to the local businesses with it being in that downtown area. I spoke to several people who own businesses in that area, and that was one of their record days, more so than July 4th weekend, which is tremendous for October, typically a shoulder season for our area. So moving it to the park, I think, is not a bad option at all, but I'd like to push for this one first.
Can I just explain one thing? The concept of having it in that downtown area is a great event, a good event for people to have their setup for their vendors, to allow that local block of businesses to, sell all they can during that day. The only flaw that I see with Cody's plan, and if he could, because Shaka Taco's parking lot is not closed, Daddy Mac's parking lot is not closed. The next street down past Spinnaker's is Greensboro. So
Greensboro.
if it were closed off from
From
Greensboro
Well, that's what we thought it was going to be.
all the way down to On the north side of Buddy's is Kinston.
Yeah.
And you only allow the residents that need to get to their homes to get there. But the way it's set up right now, people would be coming down Greensboro, taking a right, pulling in Shakataka, and there's just a big loop and pulling into the bank, there's a big loop of traffic that is still available to come in.
Yeah, and
Correct?
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, because you were going to use the parking lot at the Welcome Center too, right?
We were going to use that for the adaptive surf clinic only, so it would be just strictly handicap parking. But my thought in the current site plan, which, as Councilor Lee-Batts was saying, yes, traffic could go through there. My thought was it would serve as an area for someone who maybe did not know that Ocean Fest was going on and did not know that that area was closed. My parking lot actually connects from North Shore to North Topsail, so I thought that would be a good thing to allow people so they're not having to make a three-point turn in the middle of the street. Additionally, the current site plan does not block off any business parking in the entire downtown area. The only space that is taken up is a portion of the IGA parking lot, which technically is just private property. It's not set designated parking areas. So it allowed for all of the businesses who are present in downtown or have storefronts. We did not impede their parking.
It would just worry me with that traffic coming through there.
I mean, I think
and
that's
them
an
walking
adjustment that can
around
be made.
Drinking and the traffic coming through there, that's,
Well, there wouldn't be cars going inside the barrier. You would have the barrier and then... So again, the whole point of having the barrier and having the perimeter is so
Yeah.
people stay contained inside of there. If they leave, they can leave us whenever they want to, as long as they don't have alcohol in their hand and they go through the checkpoint. They can come in as often as they want. It's a free event, as long as they don't have alcohol in their hand and they're not making a fool of themselves and they go through the checkpoint. There would be no vehicles going through there unless it was early in the morning for setup or in the evening for breakdown.
So you won't allow vehicles go into Daddy Mac's for their place of business and those other businesses down there on the front, on Roland Avenue?
That was the plan, yes, sir. So that way those businesses wouldn't be impeded by the event. They would actually hopefully have more business because of it. So there's no parking lot that's blocked.
And all the businesses are on board with that?
They've all have a signed document I've already presented to the council, yes, sir.
They're on board with their parking lots being closed.
They're not closed.
Their parking lots are not closed.
Correct.
who's that?
Then they, and we
That would
also,
be the Daddy Mac parking, from the bank all the way over to Shaka Taco would be open to the public to park in.
That's my point about your entry points too.
See, we thought, didn't
what-
you understand that it was going to be closed from block to block?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what, and that's,
So just as I'm on the
I
understanding, you
think
think it would be
usually,
more
if
effective
you
for it
think
to be
about a
shut down?
downtown festival, then if you're going to close a street, you're going to close it from block to block. Is that not right, Chief?
So what you guys think would be
therefore,
maybe-
That's why I thought y'all had already sort of agreed to the park, because in that way, but you did open the park up, right? To the alcohol?
So I don't want to take up too much of you guys' time. Maybe it would be more effective for me and my team to come up with a couple alternatives or a couple of ideas for the site plan and say, hey, these are the 3 best ideas that we have. What do you guys think? But I think this conversation is more towards not just Ocean Fest and what we're doing, but also that amendment to Section 1211, to where whether it's at the park, whether it's at Albury Park, or another event somewhere, maybe a random wedding or something like that, and they need to close the street and they need to have that event. I think that's where we were trying to go today.
So you want to withdraw your thing this morning and come back
No,
with
sir,
it
I'm
later?
not withdrawing anything. I'm saying that I came here to talk about 1211B, and then we just sort of digressed onto the parking in that area, and I don't want to waste anybody's time here today.
Well, I'm not in favor of making the amendment for 12B to close.
Well, I think we have to, because it's in conflict with allowing businesses to conduct what we discussed last time, which was conduct their business by expanding and allowing them to go into right-of-ways. Right-of-ways would be including sidewalks.
Mr. Torres, if with that assumption, if you're talking about the right-of-ways, which is a different thing, the blocking the streets and not allowing the traffic to go into those businesses down there in that area, I don't see how that's going to help that business out.
Cody, can maybe I suggest that you do withdraw this discussion today. Let's come back. I think if you come back with some, like you said, some plans on paper that we could see, it would be helpful for everybody, because I think all of us are seeing bits and pieces of this. That's all. Like Councilwoman Batts had some great points. Like I've got about 5 or 6 questions for you, but you know what I'm saying? And your intentions are completely great. I love the concept and the idea. I just think, I think there's lots of questions before. I think I, as a councilman, or Teresa, or any of us, are looking to Mayor for the future precedents. What precedents are we setting for future events? So that's one of the things. You're on the right track, but if you could, I think if we could just get some ideas from, I think would be better from you.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, but with all due respect, I didn't bring those things because the first time I brought it to council was in December.
Yeah.
So now it's been 6 months, and I've been to several different meetings. So I think the information is there. I think that this is not about Ocean Fest. The conversation has circled back to that a couple of times. This is about future events, whether it be Bridge Jam, whether it be a Thanksgiving parade. It doesn't matter what the event is. It's just, It's going to come back, whether it's this particular event or someone else trying to have a large space for people to congregate.
Yeah, so, how many law enforcement do you have hired for this event?
We have to determine the space, and then
Okay.
we get with Voorhees on that. Last year it was 4. I think this year would be closer to 8. We also have a great deal of volunteers.
Right. And, for example, like you stated, that the parking lots were going to be open. Would that not be an opportunity for parking lots should be closed so they could use that for the festival?
But that's what I say. They don't want to close the parking lot.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's some things that I think
that's what I'm saying.
Right. So that's those are some of my questions.
Like business parking lots?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, if I was gonna, I'm just saying those are some things in my mind. Is what I'm saying is if we're gonna do this, maybe these businesses should agree to close their parking lots for that space. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that's the right thing. I'm just saying that's the thought I'm on right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's an idea.
Yeah, and just like, for example, like I believe barriers work, by the way. I believe that, but I also think that, like, they also talked about block to block, that Greensboro. I'm not really I think to myself, you stay, driving by almost serves as an advertisement, when people are able to drive by there, what's going on. But also, too, it's also a safety issue, also in the same aspect. So I think those are some things. That's what I'm saying is I like what you're doing. I want to move. I want to help do something. I'm just thinking that there's some pieces I want to put together, if you don't mind. And I know my frustration is yours, is probably all of us, and it's been 6 months for sure. We have had some glitches with the pandemic, which has caused that to slow down a little bit. So,
again, I mean, it sounds like if maybe say I come up with 10 different plans, right, and they all say, no, it's not going to work, we don't want to shut down the town, and then we go to the park, and we say, okay, we'll do it at the park. Well, we're still coming back to the same issue that we're talking about now.
Right. Yeah.
So
I just still have a problem closing down a street for open container consumption of alcohol. I still have that problem.
I understand.
That's what we're talking about here in the amendment. Doesn't have anything to do with the exit points, the entry points, and doesn't have anything to do with closing parking lots and all that. You're asking us to change our amendment to allow open container consumption of alcohol on these streets. And I don't think our citizens as a whole would support something like that, and I can't do that.
For a special event in a specific area?
In a specific area, I have no problem with it, but closing our streets for it, I do.
Yeah, why is that?
And the streets would still be closed whether there was a specific area, just like last year, the streets were closed.
That's what I'm saying. The street was closed, so why is that?
How are you going to control that? That's my point from the police standpoint.
The same way
Chief Shanahan, what is your vision on, or your suggestion on opening these streets up for that even in an area, designated area?
Chief.
Say that about the ingress egress of fire trucks, going down the south end of town. They only got one access, and that's through the traffic circle, which, you just brought that to my attention. But, it is challenging, sit and talk about perimeters and setting up everything. The park would certainly be a lot easier because you only got two basically sides of that park to Shutting down the roadways, me personally, I personally don't like that. We did have an issue last year with the small footprint that we had in the alcohol zone. We did address that issue. As the zone expands, we're gonna have some more issues. I can see that. So, my idea yesterday was discussing putting in the park, as Councilwoman Bass has also discussed that. It would be a lot easier for us to manage and oversee and assist policing than it would be the footprint of the streets and shutting down the roadways.
Cities do festivals all the time, though, right?
They do,
All over the country.
You're right, sir. But again, talk about the egress with fire trucks, south of town, really didn't cost that much.
And I'll just add to it, we have to remember that the island is very small. And now with the addition of the traffic circle there, we used to have 3 roads that would lead to the north end and south end of the island. Now we only have 2. And if we close one of them, that only leaves us one way to get from one side of the island to the other. And anything can happen in the traffic circle. You've seen traffic. We can get through it for sure, but it definitely delays any type of fire, police, or EMS response if we only have one way to get from one side of the island to the other. It's something to think about. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Well, let me ask Chief something. If we turn around and, I know Doug, you got your business, but if we close part of Roland and let them, the people in the park, if they want to have vendors in that area where the cul-de-sac is and everything else, that would open up that whole area to your, whoever wants to park there, whether it's vendors or whatever. If they put all the vendors there, then you would have all the vendors in one place, and there wouldn't be any discrimination between vendors being close to the drinking area and vendors being out here where they weren't. That would make it all consistent. And you could open, even if you change the drinking area from the Welcome Center to that cul-de-sac and incorporate the park there along with it, and that whole street of Roland, you don't have to block off where your business is unless you want it blocked off. You don't mind it blocked off, but you could block the whole Roland Avenue from the roundabout all the way to the cul-de-sac there at the Inland Waterway. That's a big area, and you've got that parking area behind Hardy, not Hardy, but the business up there where the restaurant used to be. You got that whole parking area there that you could probably utilize, and it wouldn't be a problem for the fire department to get around, and it wouldn't be a problem for the, you could control it better. It would be easier to control it.
Yeah, I can.
By doing it there.
I can probably
I'm
see.
in agreement with Buddy. I don't want to block streets and allow people to travel in that area up there, because it's like Mr. Fowler said, you got 10 ways for people to get through, and these tapes or ropes or whatever, I've seen it at races in Charlotte and everything else. They just go under the rope or step over the rope or something, and that happens. That's human nature. That's the way people do at special events. They're walking, and we had, when I was on patrol, we worked at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We had designated places where people could cross 29. And we had a problem with them. Of course, we were dealing with 160,000 people, but they still wanted to cross the interstate, but we didn't close it down. And we don't need to close roads down because we got one way, because the fire department don't want to travel that area, that North Shore,
because it's too congested with people. We use North New River. And if you close that whole section there at the park, that's a big park. That's a big area there from Roland Avenue down to the waterway, and you have access to parking on the right, behind the restaurant and everything. I think it would open up a large area there. So right now, Roland's got right much more parking on it since we put those parking places in and everything else.
Yeah, well, I can eventually see us probably having festivals, and probably the Ocean Fest probably grow like that, probably being large enough to where you would have vendors all the way up and down Roland Avenue, as you said, from the circle all the way to the waterway. And, you know, it would just be a large festival area. And, but it would be safe because you wouldn't have any traffic, and you could shuttle people in just like you're talking about, have the shuttles run to people from the mainland over to there. And so you could take care of a large festival that way.
I agree with both
Yes.
sides. I think you could definitely have.
Be closing off is Roland.
That's
Well,
right.
I think that having it at the park is a great solution, but it also does not, you know, to go to your point on people just genuinely being bad people and breaking rules, which is you're suggesting that that's what's going to happen. You plan for the best and you hope for the worst, so or vice versa. And I mean, I think we're doing that. We're trying to do our best to make sure we do our part, that people don't parade through a barricade. But if you move it to the park, that does not eliminate that option. Just because it goes from one area to the other, you guys' point about people making poor choices, that will still happen.
Well, I think the question before us is, do we want to allow the amendment? And I'd like to make a motion, we deny the amendment and maintain our current ordinances as we had.
I'll second that motion.
Do we have any discussion on it?
I would like to discuss. So, the amendment, does it require a hearing?
No, there's not even a specific amendment that's
Okay.
been proposed.
So on item B, it says it shall be unlawful for any person to consume, possess an open container of malt beverage or unfortified wine on a street, sidewalk, alley of town, including those temporarily closed to regular traffic for special events. Do we not have special events right now in our park that allow alcohol? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, but not on the road.
Not on the road.
Yeah.
No, we're not asking, we're not asking for anything on the road here, or any real estate owned. Not on the road. Occupied or controlled by the town government, including but not limited to public parks. So right now, it says it's unlawful to have alcohol consumption in public parks.
Yep.
And we do it now.
And we have allowed it.
Or municipal buildings. We have alcohol consumption at the Welcome Center with private parties. This, item B, needs to be addressed.
Yes.
And then it goes under that to override B, that Kyle, being the town manager, has the right to issue those permits. So I'm not saying that we allow it on the roads right now. I'm just saying right now there needs to be some type of clarification because we allow it in our parks right now and we allow it in the Welcome Center right now. I'm not saying by any means that we should allow it in our streets. And I think that Cody, if Cody has to move to the park to make this event successful the way it was last year, and just because we let one person do it in the park, why are we going to deny Cody?
I don't think it's a matter of denying Cody the use of the park, because that would still come into special events, as the Welcome Center's coming into special events with the manager approving it or the town approving it, with different organizations doing that with the wine tasting, problems they have up there and other things going on. It's not a matter of denying Cody, it's a matter of putting it where it needs to be in a designated area that's been specifically lined off for that. And that's what we're talking about, and that's why I say we don't need to change our ordinance, keep our ordinance as it is, because if he does what's in the special events thing, he will be able to do it. That will be move it to the park or move it to one of these other areas. If he wants the welcome center, it'll be a designated area there at the welcome center as it always has been. We will still be within our policy, our ordinance we've got. But I can't support changing our ordinance to open the streets up. I can't do it.
And I'm not asking that we change it to open the streets up, but if we could just table the discussion, because it doesn't take a hearing, correct?
Not a public hearing, Stephanie, just an ordinance.
Ordinance amendment that would take a public hearing is an ordinance amendment to the zoning. So as long as this is not a zoning ordinance, so we could amend this ordinance without a public hearing, yes.
But if you go back and remember, I asked Mr. Lutens if he was willing to withdraw this and present it back at a later time. He said no. And what we're dealing with now is strictly changing our ordinance to allow it in the street. And that's why I made the motion I made, to keep our ordinance intact and deny this amendment or the request that's been brought up. And let it follow in our special events and the other places, which would be the Welcome Center, the park, and those type of things. I just can't.
It's a tough situation because I agree with Councilman Fowler. Of course, I don't want to have alcohol on the streets, but I understand what you're saying, Teresa, 100%. That I think we should revisit this. It doesn't hurt us to revisit it because it does need to be clear. It does need to be adjusted a little bit. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. I 100% agree with Councilman Fowler about keeping things how they need to be. But I think this needs to definitely be revisited for sure. No doubt about it. So,
well, Section C covers what?
Special events.
Special events, what Teresa was talking about.
Yeah.
That covers special events, and that's the alcohol in the park, the alcohol in the welcome center, and those areas. Section C covers all that because it makes it special events.
Isn't it contradictory, Dawn, though? It's kind of crazy because,
Not really.
because B says one thing and then the town manager can just override it, is what basically it's saying. It says the approval of the town manager, then why are we discussing it? I'm just saying is, we don't even have to discuss this because it's up to Kyle.
That's right.
And
we don't have to discuss this.
And this was what we talked about yesterday afternoon, is that I've heard of concerns of the alcohol consumption, and it's not, I don't want to say fair, I don't know, it's just a decision that has to be made by this position, but there's no guidance as far as being consistent with special event to special event. That's what I would like to make sure that we clarify. And then if the council does not want to allow alcohol consumption in the streets, then we do need to amend B to remove that, because presumably I can override anything listed in B, which does include the streets and sidewalks, etc. But all I've heard and understood here over the last couple of months is that we don't allow alcohol in the streets. So that's where ultimately there's got to be some guidelines that, okay, we can change this to not allow it on the streets and sidewalks, but if we want to keep it in the, be able to keep it in the park or keep it into other confined areas, how are we doing that by procedures that I'm going to look to my police chief and fire chief to develop? That way, when we're reviewing these applications, whether it's for Mr. Lugens or for Mr. Smith at our next event, I can go through those that have already been vetted, and we can also provide those in advance so somebody knows the procedure and what they can expect with their event, so that they don't propose a in the streets, concert or whatever it might be with alcohol. So there's just some inconsistencies there. Yeah, I am more than happy to clean that up a little bit. I think I've heard from the discussion from the council on how to do that, and that's direction that is certainly very, very much appreciated. And I can certainly bring this back to you with a report that identifies the issues, identifies pros and cons, so that you can then make that decision on an amendment if we want to hear this at your meeting in July.
I think if you'd like to withdraw your motion and Don his second, then maybe you can make a motion to have, or just, you don't even have to have a motion, but have Kyle to redo this and bring it back to us.
Well, we're still in the discussion process. I'd like to point this out, if I could, to the manager, see if that's satisfy what everybody's been discussing. If you want to change B, just have it to read, except as provided below, it shall be unlawful for any person to consume or possess any open container of malt beverage or unfortified wine on any street, sidewalk, or alley in the town. Stop it right there. That covers all your streets, your alleyways in town. Then you can come back in with your special events. That's where you come into play.
Yes, sir.
So if we take all the rest of that out, then we're still following our ordinance, and our ordinance is still intact, and you're still doing what you're supposed to be doing, and everything is cleaned up. What do you think?
That's exactly what I would propose, and to follow that guidance. And I do need to talk to those fine gentlemen a little bit more,
right?
To understand, what we can put forth, because as we talked about, ultimately each event doesn't come to council, and I have to have confidence that if we approve something, it's not against what council's thoughts or desires are of that event, because if it starts to happen on a Saturday and it's totally against what we've discussed, then I'd need that confidence. So I will clean it up, and again, I think that working with those guys, have some procedures and policies in place so that each applicant moving forward has an understanding and expectation, and it'll be strict. I can pretty much assure that, but then we'll be able to all work on a level playing field moving forward.
Sounds good to me. Now, we still have a motion and a second on the floor. What do we want to do with it?
Motion to take a look at B and rewrite it.
Well, no, that motion has to be withdrawn before we can we can't just do away with it.
That's up to him.
Would you like to withdraw your second?
I would like to amend my motion.
Okay.
I'd like to amend my motion to take out in section B everything beyond what the town stops at. What the actual item says, including those temporary closed from regular traffic, special events, or any other real estate owned, occupied, or controlled by the town government, included but not limited to public parks, sound access, and municipal buildings and grounds. I'd like to have that removed from section B as my amendment, and keep except as provided below. It shall be unlawful for any person to consume or possess an open container of malt beverage or unfortified wine on any street, sidewalk, or alley in the town. That's how I'd like to amend my motion.
I'll still second that, and that way he gets the guidance that he needs, and the rest of that B is off the table, and then he's got his section C that he can follow.
Okay. All right. And then you want Kyle to bring back whatever he redoes, right?
No, this is it.
That doesn't give him any more clarity, though. That's what he's after.
Does that give you clarity, Kyle?
Well, if there's a motion that gets approved to remove streets from anything, from any special event or having any open container in any street, and then redirects the language for special events that you can have alcohol in the park, etc., then administratively I'll work with those two to develop the procedures in which we will approve, and ultimately I have to sign off on each special event.
Well, we've been kicking this thing around, as I understand, since December. I think we need to bring closure to it. I don't have a problem if we can bring some closure to it. We need to get closure to it ASAP to do that. I don't have a problem withdrawing my motions and tabling this and give you an opportunity to bring it back to us with that understanding, the consensus that we've got here, which direction we need to go, we want to keep our streets still closed out to the open container.
Yes,
But special events, as far as using the park and other things and all, that's still going on. The Welcome Center, all those things that we've been doing can still happen.
Yes, sir.
But we're just making sure that the streets are not open back up to open container.
Yes, sir. And I would be prepared to bring back a red line.
Okay, with that understanding, I'll
edited
withdraw my
version.
motions and amendment.
I'll withdraw my second.
Thank you. Okay. So Kyle's got his marching orders.
Yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Is that okay? Yes, sir.
what'd we just do?
Do what?
Help me out here.
We
So,
So we
basically
turned
table
it
this
back
to the
over
next
to
meeting.
just
Kyle.
tabling it, okay.
Yeah, we tabled it, and now, as far as Cody's event, I think if he's in agreement with going with the park, then would everybody be okay with them just working with him with the park?
I don't have no problem with that. That's fine. That would still fall under the ordinance that we would have. I don't have a problem with that. He was asking, he was asking to close streets.
Right, well,
Is that
and
not right?
he's talking about future events too, is what, right,
Yeah,
Cody?
this was not an only intention for my event. This is for anybody who comes forward and wants to have a specialty event,
Right.
whether it be in the park, whether it be in their neighborhood, whether it be in the street, being able to consume alcohol in a bounded area.
Right.
And that's what I was
That's
trying to
what
bring to
he's
the table
after.
today. Because
What
on
is-
paper, you cannot do that right
My
now.
question is, if you decide to close Roland, is that gonna conflict with section B?
Well, he's gonna have to add that into it too.
Right, okay.
He's gonna have to look at, he's gonna have to look at Roland separate.
Doug, can I get your take on this?
Huh?
Can I get your take on all this? Can you tell me what you, tell me what you think.
Well, honestly, when they changed the setup up there from what my perceptive was to where you could drive down the street and into the area that supposedly was closed, that was my whole, I think, wasn't that your problem, Teresa?
Yeah, I would say I wasn't aware until yesterday.
Right.
That the parking lots of, that the Pasquantonio zone from the bank back to Spinnaker's was still all open.
Got it.
So it put traffic back in that area again.
Got it.
So,
And that's a concern to you, right?
yeah, that concerned me and concerned the chief. So
Okay.
I think for right now, we need to just relook at everything we've got and let him bring it back, and then we can sit down and we can discuss it again. What he brings to us does not have to be the final thing. We can have him to adjust whatever he brings to us, right?
Yes, sir. And I'll also keep in mind, not that we'll have it up for vote or consideration, but still taking future street closures in mind. So
Right.
I'll add that sort of into my working document so that the town can still consider it, because I still feel that we have a little bit of a mixed
Yeah.
opinion on it. And if there are parameters that can be built into it, i.e. closing off entire blocks and having special event parking only, that might provide the safety factor. But then if the fire chief says we only have one way in and one way out.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna have to
right.
look at the
Yeah,
area.
then I need to talk to
Yeah,
them.
we'll
about
have to
that.
look at the area that
Yeah, I
we
think
do
this
it.
is, I know we've been kicking around for a while, but this is a pretty major change for our city.
Yes,
It is. And
it
so I
is.
think getting it right is the thing we want to do, is get it right. I applaud him for what he wants to do with this.
Well, I do too, and I think he did a fantastic
yeah, it's
job with the
amazing,
one last
seriously.
year, and I appreciate him,
Yeah.
Well, again, it's
bringing
not
those
just this
best
event. I
in.
mean, as
Yeah, we
you know,
understand, yes.
Councilman Torres said, I mean, there's events not only in beach communities, but in every city in America. Street closures happen. They make it work. If it does come down to a limitation of law enforcement and EMT and things like that, then that's a no-brainer. But there's other areas in which you could have those spaces. I think that town events are super important for community. I know that there were dozens of people, or not more, who came to the event last year who'd never been to Surf City, and they lived 30 miles away. Now they come back. They found new favorite restaurants. They found new places to go to the beach. And that's what we want, right? We want people to come here.
You're right.
And I think that if we can promote that and do it in a functional way, that's a good thing. I don't think there should be quite a stigma around drinking in the streets, because that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to create an event that's marked off, that is some of which may be in a street, but it's not going to be a street at that point. It's going to be an event that doesn't look like a street at all, because there's no vehicles, there's stuff for kids to do, there's stuff for adults to do, I mean, you know what an event looks like. You've been to Autumn with Topsail. And I think that if we can do something like that in Surf City, that's going to be important for this town. And whether it's me or somebody else next week or 2 years from now, someone's going to come and ask to do the same thing, because it is a fun event to do and it does promote the community. So again, I'm sorry to take up so much time with everybody, but it sounds like we do have a lot of different feelings going on. My point today was just to bring it to the table that the way it's written right now does have limitations to it that are being sort of stretched here and there. So if we have some definitive language, I think that that's going to be helpful. And as far as I'm concerned, I'll do whatever I need to do to make sure that we have a successful, safe, and functional event on every end of the spectrum. I've met with Chief several times. I know Chief Wilson and I will meet at some point. We have had special events meetings, and and on paper, it's technically already been approved by the ALE, so we're kind of retracting that and coming back to make sure that we're appeasing every member of the council here too. So I'm going to do what I need to do to make sure you guys are stoked, and I hope that we can have this event and future events be safe and fun.
Thank you, Cody.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
it, guys. Thank you
I
guys very much.
appreciate it.
Thanks, Cody.
I just want to say, Chad, is October 10th open in the park that he can have it there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Looks like Chief Wilson is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Everybody should have a handout of the things that I'm going to be going over on your table right there, Mr. Torres. All right. I apologize for not getting this in the agenda. Oh, sorry. That better? Sorry I didn't get this in the agenda. We wanted to make sure we had all of the most current data for the presentation. So, in speaking with Mr. Brewer, in light of our recent ocean rescues that we've had in Surf City, he came out and spent some time with the ocean rescue guys, and we spent a day and talked about some future enhancements, and wanted us to bring that back to you guys and gals and try to figure out how we want to move forward. But I thought that it'd be prudent that we really discuss where we are, what we've seen so far this year, and then how we can improve. And from an operational profile standpoint, the fire department is in charge of ocean rescue in Surf City. It's a pleasure for us to do that work for the town, for the residents, the visitors. However, during the summer, we add 2 additional staff people to handle our ocean rescue, and then we still have our engine crews on both the island and the mainland to utilize for backup. But as Mr. Brewer has witnessed, it generally takes more than 2 people to do an effective ocean rescue. So we're utilizing, our firefighters to do that as well. But, as part of the process, is what we do. We've had several situations this year where we ran back to back to back to back. And that just creates a huge issue. So we want to try to eliminate these ocean rescues, from a standpoint of how do we prevent them? We can respond to them, but we want to try to prevent them. So, looking forward from 2020, so far from May 15th to today, which is about a 5-week span, we've had 26 surf rescue emergencies, rescuing 55 swimmers. And really and truly, that's really about a 3-week period, but we wanted to include it all the way up to date. There was a few added, in those last 2 weeks. But just looking at the same time period last year, we had 4 rescue emergencies.
Hadn't the rip currents been a lot worse this year than they've been in future years?
We've seen a lot of rips this year that we haven't seen in the past.
I don't know what it was about it, but it just seemed like it just stayed here.
That's correct. And, from a number standpoint, that's a 550% increase in emergencies just in a 5-week period.
If you look back at previous years, even from a standpoint of, all of 2019, we're still over 100% increase in ocean rescue emergencies, and we're only talking about 5 weeks. So obviously the last few weeks have fared out. We haven't had the offshore weather that we had those first 2 weeks of the beach season, which really, played a big role in those rip currents. But we're still seeing more and more, every day that we normally don't see here in Surf City. So I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page and aware of that. Some of the other issues we've seen early this year is the Portuguese man-of-war. We have removed over 24 man-of-war from the beach. We've had 6 stings and 2 hospitalizations so far this year. Typically, from an animal bite standpoint that we see on the beach is typically just rays. And we'll see those typically later in the summer, but we've already had 1 ray sting already this year. Actually, it was this week. So we're starting to see those now as well. And, looking at what we currently do, our beach patrol goes out and we educate as far and as well as rescue. So, if we see a rip and we see people, swimming and playing around the rip, we make sure we tell everybody, hey, there's a rip current here. Make sure you're a strong swimmer. Make sure you have a flotation device or don't swim there at all. From a rip current awareness standpoint, Mr. Brewer had ordered 500 magnets, rip current awareness magnets, for us to get out to the rental companies so they could put in the rental properties. And we quickly realized 500 wasn't enough, so we ordered more. But right now we have 1,000 rip current awareness magnets going up in rental houses. And I think that we'll probably see that program continue to increase. I think that's good information. The rental companies have been very blessed to have us provide them with some support and trying to get that information out there. We've also presented pamphlets for those folks. And then, of course, we have our rip current awareness beach signs. The media has been over top of us for the last couple of weeks. We've done several on-camera and off-camera interviews to try to get the word out. Again, we're looking at this from a prevention standpoint. How can we prevent these emergencies from happening? And of course, we've been posting information on our social media. Mr. Merritt has been posting on the town page as well as the fire department page, and we've been putting stuff as well on the fire department page. There is a public service announcement in the works. The town of Surf City, the town of Topsail Beach, Pender County, as well as Pender EMS and Fire, we've all kind of worked together here in the last week or two to try to get a true PSA video developed and edited so we can send that out to the media. And that's under process. They were hoping to try to get it out before the 4th weekend. I'm not sure if, how they're progressing on that plan, but that's still the plan right now. So looking at, what we've had this year and what we currently do, what are some of the things that we can do from a prevention standpoint in the future? So we're going to talk about a beach flag program. We're going to talk about a department certification that we started seeking last year, and of course, increased education. So from a beach flag program, it's been talked from time to time about beach condition flags. If you're not aware, there is beach condition flags, and they range from green all the way up to a double red, which would mean that the beach is closed. So there's a lot of schools of thought on beach flag program. Are they effective? Are they not? I do believe that talking with area fire departments that do beach flag programs, they are effective because people do look for the flags and they try to figure out what the conditions are for the day. Topsail Beach does have a beach flag program currently. They're the only ones on the island that do. All of the Bogue Bank beaches have beach flags, as well as all of the Cape Fear region beaches down in New Hanover County. They all have beach flags as well. One of the biggest things for a beach flag program for us is implementing a beach flag program for the whole 6 miles of beach would be a pretty big task. And it can be done, But if we wanted to go that route, I think we need to make a decision. Do we do the whole beach or do we do a section of the beach? When talking with Mr. Brewer, we wanted to see kind of where the calls were. Where were our biggest hotspot areas? So when we draw that down, and we'll show you the maps here in a minute, but when we look at our call response, all of our beach rescues right now are pretty much just outside the central area of town. And then, so looking at the hot spots are really between Access 13 and Access 23, which is Charlotte and Wilmington. And so, that's one of the things that we need to decide, as we move forward, if we want to go through this program. But some of the other questions that we need to ask is, do we want to fly the flags at certain times of the day, or do we want to leave them up all day, all night, and then change them if they need to change in the morning? And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But also, every vehicle that goes on the beach would fly that same color flag as well, whether it be the police department patrol vehicle or ours. So if you look at the next page, you'll see some maps. And that first picture on the top that's pretty much all of the ocean rescue calls we've seen so far. And you'll see that they are as far north as Pender and as far south as Sound Drop. But you can definitely see the hot spots, the red and the orange right there in the middle. And really it becomes more clear, where that location is and where the hot spots are.
Yeah, so just while you're on that
Yes, sir.
hotspot slide, of the 55 rescues, and if you don't have the data points now, I just want them for the future, how many of them were in near proximity to the north and the south side of the pier?
The majority of them would be towards the north side of the pier. As far as the number, I can't give you that information right now.
The assumption is the majority, though.
Yep.
And I've got a point to make.
At the pier and to the north.
Yeah. I'll make a point later when you're done, but thank you.
Sure.
Majority of them were north of the pier.
Yes.
Chief
So-
Wilson,
It looks like.
would there be a liability of flying the wrong flag?
So that's an issue that, definitely we'll have to consider. You definitely, I feel like, erring on the side of caution. As we talk a little bit more about flags here in a minute, there's some suggestions that I have to help eliminate some of that. But if you could just bear with me 1 minute, we'll get to that. But looking at the next page, you'll see a little bit more detail. You take that hot spot and we just zoom it down even further. Mr. Torres, you can actually see it a little bit better. Obviously, the highest percentage of calls are right there at the pier, and then right there at New Bern. And then, of course, there's more calls within that Goldsboro, Greensboro area, but they're spread out a little bit. They didn't necessarily come in at the access, like you see on that New Bern and the pier. Any questions on that?
Not yet.
So moving into some of the flag program, obviously any type of new program has a cost associated with it, and then some type of procedure on how you want to implement, and what kind of policy procedure you're going to have. Like we said before, the flag conditions basically go from green to double red. And so when we look at what we want to do, we have to determine, do we want to fly a green flag? Most beaches do not fly a green flag. Because
Seems like to me that would be saying, okay, go for it, there's no problem whatsoever, you're not going to drown at all.
And that is generally the thought process behind not flying a green flag.
Right.
So obviously there's always a risk when you swim in the ocean, whether it's a guarded beach or an unguarded beach, there's always a risk.
That's right.
There are always animals in the ocean that are on the top of the food chain. So there's a risk, and you have to assume that. But if you fly that green flag, it kind of puts that mindset in that it's green, everything's good to go forth and prosper, right? So,
We ain't got to watch our young'un because
right. One of my recommendations would be not to fly a green flag. It would be a yellow flag or a red flag. And then, of course, we would look at what the National Weather Service has provided as data. If we fly flags, 24/7 during the beach season, obviously, what's flying in the evening will be what's flying first thing in the morning, but we would make it a point to make a determination on flag color by 10 a.m. that next morning. And obviously, if we see a huge change in the weather, even before 10, we'll definitely go to red. But if it goes to red at any point in time in the day, it would stay red the entire day until 10 o'clock the next morning through another evaluation of weather service and talking with people at the weather service to find out whether it can go back to yellow or not.
Right.
But that's one of the decisions we have to make. And we also need to decide, are we going to close the beach for swimming? You know, are we ever going to fly a double red flag? You know, I think that if we're going to put this program together, then all these questions need to be answered first. Because, you know, we saw a time period a few weeks ago that I felt like we could have closed the beach. It was that bad on one day.
Right.
But, you know, we didn't have that process in place. You know, we were able to get through, and luckily, you know, nothing major happened. But we need to decide whether we're going to do that or not, you know, as we move through the program.
Does the red flag close it to just swimming, or does it close it
Closes it-
also to surfing?
It closes it to all water activities.
Double red.
Double red, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, it would close it to all water activities. And again, that's a decision that the council needs to make if we want to go that route. We can still do a flag program without closing the beach and flying double red flags, but it's just something we need to decide and figure out if we're going to go that far or not.
But they don't have to worry about that. I have to make that decision. So.
Do what?
I have to make the decision of closing the beach, so y'all don't have to worry about
That's
it.
right. We'll put the surfers on him.
Yeah.
Even better. So just looking at some of the cost associated with the flag system, you know, if we just initially did a controlled, limited access to see how the program worked, you know, we'd be looking at just under $3,000 to put this flag system in place. And of course, if we wanted to do the whole beach, it would be just under $6,000 to do. Again, the flags would be put out by our staff, and then they'd be changed by our staff. You know, that's really not an issue for us. If we're going to take them in and out every day, that creates some issues, but I would say we'd fly those flags, you know, 24/7, and we would make that determination. You know, anytime it's going to go from yellow to red, we would go out and change that flag, but we wouldn't change it back to yellow until we made a decision that next morning. Any discussion on that?
All right.
Moving forward into some pre-staged life-saving devices. I know that some of our area beaches do have programs of this nature. When I surveyed areas around, you'll see what Indian Beach has. In the pictures, they have a rescue can that's pre-staged throughout their beach. They don't have very many public beach accesses the way their beach is.
Where?
Indian Beach,
Okay.
Carteret County. And so they have just 4x4 posts about 1,000, 1,500 feet separated in distance. You know, if we did a service like this, you could figure that a can and a sign that would dedicate, you know, to that can on what access number you are,
Right.
you know, some guidelines on how to use it. Don't enter, you know, like don't enter the water if you're not a strong swimmer. Use it as a flotation device, things of that nature. You know, you're looking at about $125 per station.
Okay, here's a good place to bring this up. We've had some inquiries from couple of other groups, you know, in the community, and they started last year, and then it sort of got dropped, and then they brought it back up again this year, is rescue boards.
Okay.
And they would obtain the boards by, you know, donations from different, because obviously you're talking about $500 or $600 per spot instead of $125. But what they're saying is that, you know, that this would take a pro really to handle this. You know, this is mainly set up for professional swimmers to save somebody with this device, right?
No, this is just a standard flotation device. And I would argue the opposite. It would take somebody skilled in a board to use a board for rescue. A board would be a technical tool and not just a flotation device.
Okay, we need to get that group and let you talk with them then, and, because,
Just look at it from a liability standpoint. If somebody's never been on a board.
I'm in favor of something, you know, out there. But,
We train our, chief can tell you, we train our people and they learn how to surf. And we've got those surfboards that we use for rescue. And I'm in agreement with him. This right here, anybody can grab.
And you can do a can.
but
or you can-
anybody doesn't know how, they gonna still feel like they're in danger even with this if they get in a rip current.
It's going to take a strong swimmer to strap that on, swim out, get it to the person floating in the water, have them hold on to it, and you tow them back. This
Exactly.
is definitely I believe, a much harder device to work with than a board.
That board would be tough in a rip current because our people work several times in several days to be able to use that board. I mean, just anybody can't use that board. Most anybody can use this flotation device.
In a rip current,
Yeah.
this,
All they got, I mean,
you got to swim out to the person to get it to them.
The can and even a lifeguard noodle or a foam noodle, what some people use as well, is a lot easier to maneuver in the water than a 10 or 11 foot rescue board would be. The rescue board is a more technical rescue skill.
Okay, I think it's up for discussion.
Yeah.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
So
What you think?
Yeah, because I would like to see a double buoy instead of just one, because if you go out, you know, I think you're gonna need probably more than one buoy to make someone feel safe. Otherwise, everybody's trying to.
The biggest thing about pre-staging life-saving equipment is that you can provide them with some flotation until rescue can get there to get them
Right,
in.
right.
That's the
So I would
biggest
say-
issue.
Right,
I'll
what they
put
were
several
talking,
buoys.
yeah, and what they were talking about with the board was a life jacket and a board at the same time. Because most likely, the person that's gonna be grabbing this is not a professional swimmer,
Correct.
right?
They're gonna panic.
And they gonna panic too. But they're going out there, if it's their child out there, they're going anyway. And, so I think we'd be better off if they just had a life jacket and nothing else than just a buoy, than just this buoy.
So yes,
So you gotta have
just
something to protect them.
providing flotation is what you want to try to do. I mean, when we're asked all the time, you know, what should I do if I see that? We always suggest try to get them something that they can float on. We don't recommend, beachgoers to swim out and try to rescue people. Now, they're going to do that, but
That's
we
what
don't
I'm saying.
recommend that.
Yeah.
Now, if we start putting devices like this on the beach, that's saying we're recommending that they utilize it and go out. And I don't know what the liability of that is. It's just something that we're bringing to the table.
Well,
But
he's
from
supposed
a
to be checking on liability for it.
Well, I checked with I haven't heard back from him, but
Yeah, I mean,
I have asked him
and
about the question.
in that line of thought, though, not having this and them going out without it, it's obviously going to be not a good story to tell.
Yeah.
Right,
Well,
but
like I say, I brought this to Kyle a while back, and he's checking on the liability to.
But I think providing some type of flotation
Right.
would be a good thing. And it could be a life ring, it could be
Yeah. Right.
a buoy, or it could be a foam
Yeah.
pad. You know, North Topsail Beach has a few foam lifeguard pads, or tubes is what they call them, stationed in certain areas. They had a bunch of them, they've gone missing, damaged,
Yeah.
and they only have them out in certain areas now, so they're not in the whole town. But that's what they provide. Emerald Isle does the same thing with the tubes instead of the cans. It just kind of depends on what you want, but any type of flotation
Yeah.
is what we're after to get out there.
Right. Okay. I appreciate it. I
Sure.
mean, I appreciate you doing the work on this.
Sure, no problem. And we'll take.
And that's not, I mean, if this would work, it's not a big cost. So.
Correct. And there's always a risk of loss or misplacement or vandalism, but we have to address those situations as they come, but understanding that those things probably will happen with anything that we put out on the beach and leave it. So the next area of what we're trying to do at the fire department is we started this process last year, is trying to be recognized by the USLA as an aquatic rescue response team. It's basically a department certification. It's something we started, and that gives us a national standard to adhere to. It gives us some standards to train to, and that organization also provides us with training regiments. It provides us with training materials. So that's something that we're working on. I'm hoping that possibly by the fall we will have that in place, or at least a good path to have that done. So that just wanted to make sure you were aware that that's something that we're working on.
Yeah, so you are looking at the junior lifeguard program too?
So yes, when you look at our continuing education, that's one of the things we've reached out to us. A couple people have reached out about a junior lifeguard program. I've talked with Mr. Merritt in reference to that. A true junior lifeguard program like Mr. Merritt would have ran, back in his previous employment when they had lifeguards, would be, older age kids to mirror lifeguards, and then to then move right into that lifeguard position once they got old enough. However, we don't have lifeguards, so we are looking at, just an educational camp that we can run either in conjunction with summer camp here in Surf City, or even if it's a standalone basic, ocean rescue type and ocean safety camp for the kids. So, because what we found in the fire department is, if we can teach kids fire safety, they're going to take that fire safety message home.
Yeah.
And they're going to teach that to their family. So if we can employ the same concept in teaching kids ocean safety and swimming safety, they're going to take that same message home and help teach their parents as well, because let's face it, parents just aren't going to come to an ocean safety class, but their kids will, and they'll send their kids, and we can give them homework to take those things home, much like we do in a fire safety class. Take this home, have your parents draw out your escape plan, make sure you're testing your smoke alarms. We can do the very same thing with ocean safety, and have them go home and have, conversations with their parents about things that they can do, on the beach. So that's what we're looking at in a junior lifeguard camp program.
Right.
You can promote that at Ocean Fest as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can. And so obviously continuing education, other forms of that, we can, keep going with the flags and signage, beach safety publications. You have a picture of a publication that actually the CDC puts out. I think it would be beneficial for Surf City to have something very similar. We'll start working on that. That way we can get that to the rental companies as well, and we can get it on the website, and we can get, a general info sheet just about, ocean safety that, can actually, be a little bit more specific to Surf City, especially to identify like the exposed pylons around the pier, things of that nature. Just the rules and regulations that, pertain to Surf City, as well as just general ocean safety. So we'll be working on something like that. Obviously continue with our beach patrol as well as PD's presence on the beach. That has made a huge difference, I believe. And then continuing to partnership with our rental companies. Again, every one of them that I went to hand those magnets out were very, very happy to get those and have that partnership.
And I tell you
building.
what, a magnet on a refrigerator is something that gets looked at many a time.
Right.
So, it does, and they will, the real estate companies will put them on the refrigerators, and
right.
It is good way of advertising. Also, one thing I thought about while you were talking about flags, would there be a way of putting a flagpole somewhere, you know, the roundabouts or somewhere on the, you know, before you get to the bridge or after you go across the bridge or something, so that you could have a flagpole there that people would see? So then if they went, you know, down toward the north end or down toward the south end to act, you know, and their house is there, so they don't have a flag out in front of their house.
Sure.
But they would see it coming in, and then of course they'd see it as they travel back and forth each day.
Sure.
So maybe keep it in their mind.
Sure, we can definitely do that. One of the things that we're looking at doing is obviously there's an access flag. We would utilize the access flags that the poles that they already have in place as far as the general access flags. But one of the things we looked at as well was adding the flags to both fire stations, as well as having a big flag underneath the American flag at the Rolling Beach access.
Okay, but we are going to move that flag.
No.
Right.
I thought you were keeping the flag at Roland, weren't you?
You talking about the American flag? I planned on it unless I was giving up.
I thought yesterday you said y'all were going to move it to the circle.
No, I think somebody brought that idea up, but I said I would prefer not to remove that big flag.
Oh, okay. All right.
But the one at the circle would be like a 3-tier, what's it called?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like the one in the park.
Yeah.
Right. And we can, you know, definitely add a condition flag to that if that's the direction we want to go in.
I think it would be good to have it. I mean, now we've got the sign, but we're not going to always have that sign there.
Right.
And that sign is harder to change too.
Yes.
You know, it makes them aware of the rip current, but it's not the condition.
Right.
You know?
And, you know, from a continuous standpoint, you know, the biggest thing is going to be getting the information out there so people know what it means. You know, and obviously, you know, at the beach accesses, there'll be a sign stating what each flag color means.
Right.
But getting the word out, especially to our residents, you know, that the flag colors are going to be at Rolling Beach access, at the fire stations, as well as maybe at the traffic circle, you know, just so they know that that's going to be a condition flag as well. It's just getting that word out there, letting them know that's what it's for.
I got a couple of points, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Are we done? Are you done with your?
That's all I had. So
you had one, just good presentation on a very important topic. The beach patrol that you have now, don't you have some interns that participate in that?
And I do not.
That's
PD
the police
has
side?
interns, yes, sir.
Okay, do they come at a cost? They do? They're paid? Okay. So with the junior lifeguard program, I would like for us to consider, it doesn't have to be today, but I'm just throwing it out there as a town, for the north side and the south side of the pier during our most vulnerable time as far as beach activity and to your point, to be reactive instead of proactive, to consider lifeguards. I mean, at the most vulnerable areas. That's why I asked that question earlier in that red zone. And I think, because I did it growing up, we can look for older, young adults that would be interested in participating in a program free of charge. I would just put it out there. They would need to be obviously Red Cross certified, adult CPR, all of those standard lifeguard certifications, but we should be proactive, and if we could pursue it free of charge, I don't see why that would hurt. And I know the conversation came up prior to November, Mayor, if you remember, and I know there were some liability questions, but there's beaches across this entire nation with lifeguards, saving lives every day. And I think with the increase that you presented today, it would at least at a minimum, I would ask that we look into it and consider it at no cost.
When you talk about no cost, you're talking about no cost to the volunteer?
To the volunteer, like the volunteer would not be paid, obviously volunteering to be a lifeguard.
We can look in.
But there'd be a cost for the program.
The program, yeah, we were talking about building two with umbrellas or covering, some type of lifeguard stand that we would maybe have to drag back every night? I mean, you've seen them before.
And that was something we can certainly, I would say, if we could work this season and then maybe something towards next budget year to look at as some options. And we do have some physical constraints on the beach with having physical lifeguard stands. But we'll put something together and maybe explore that idea. I recommend Chief moving forward with the flag system in the concentrated area, as well as the identification standards that we've talked about. I think that's a good idea for them to do as a good first step.
And some type of flotation device in those
and
same
we'll
areas.
look at, and I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, if you'll be so kind to get them in contact with the chief, and Chief and I can sit down with them and hash things out, and based on what we can agree upon, I'd recommend that we move forward with that as well.
Okay.
Just whatever I think the two groups can sort of flesh some of the ideas and thoughts out there, and what are best practices, and follow those best practices, and then see what the results are.
Right. I think Chad had something he wanted to add.
Just kind of piggyback off of Councilman Torres, please keep in mind, and I've taught it for about 15 years, I've taught lifeguard, and Red Cross, as they progressed and made a lot of changes, that class is now about $400 for an individual to go through. It takes about 3 days, and so I always, probably my last 5 years before I moved here, with teaching lifeguarding classes, I was almost having to go out to recruit just to bring them in, and I was having to cover a lot of the costs with for those participants to train them, because it was so difficult, because they were not getting, it was a justified thing. We were having to pay them about $14 an hour just to get people in. So it's a great idea. I'm not sure if it works, that would be great, but I don't know if volunteers, I never found any volunteers. So I just wanted to throw that out, because it's very hard to find lifeguards right now.
Yeah. It's, well.
Small price to pay for a life. Small price to pay for a life.
Yeah. I agree with that, but just getting back to volunteers, period.
Yeah.
That's the reason we got the chief sitting there, and the reason we use the professional rescue squad, because it's just got to where it's getting harder and harder to get volunteers for anything as a chief. I mean, you've got a few fire volunteers, and we appreciate them highly, and but it's just getting harder and harder to get enough volunteers to do anything anymore, isn't it?
It is. When you look at it from a fire side, we still utilize a lot of volunteers that, from a training standpoint, they may not be certified, but they can provide us some benefit, no matter whether they're certified or not. The only, challenge we would have from a lifeguard standpoint is, they would have to they'd have to get certified as a lifeguard to be a lifeguard, and they'd have to maintain that certification. Yeah. But, we definitely can see if there's any interest out there. But, I know, speaking with Wrightsville Beach and Curry Beach and Carolina Beach, they struggle hiring lifeguards.
Yeah, well, I'm with Torres.
We'll definitely try
I think it's still something we need to look into, but whether it's volunteer or paid, but,
yeah, it's great.
I'll do some research.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You got anything else?
No, sir. That's all I have.
Well, I certainly appreciate you bringing this to us, and I think it's moving Surf City forward and putting a good face on the town. And I know that you and Chief Shanahan take a large portion of our money, but y'all
we distribute it.
But y'all give us a lot of service too. It's just that really does that is a big portion of what the town does. Sometimes I don't think people really realize how much it puts on the town to furnish them the safety that we have in the town. So, but anyway, we appreciate y'all doing it for us.
Well, I'll speak on behalf of our folks. It's our pleasure to serve the town, so thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Hey,
Appreciate
Chief, I have one question.
Yeah.
So the flags, we can get them up this year?
Mm-hmm.
Can they go on the same pole?
Yep.
That Chad's flag's on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've already talked with Chad and his staff, and we kind of have a plan to do that as long as, we had the direction to move forward. So. They would be on a rope so that we could take them down a little bit easier than the access flags. So.
Okay. Let's see. I guess you want to go ahead and start on yours. We probably will take
We
It's
got
time
Mr.
James.
key card. Sorry about that, James. I was about to leave you out.
I think James is hot too.
Another one of our safety departments. James doesn't take quite as much money as the rest of them do you, James?
Not quite as much.
But he is furnishing us a vital part of our safety here in Surf City, and we appreciate what you do for us.
Glad to do it.
Yes, sir.
So good morning. Still morning, so good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be able to finally give this update. I know it's been a much anticipated program.
Turn him up a little bit.
Is that better? Sorry. We've been working on the key card system now for, well, at least since the COVID-19 pandemic started. That really threw a wrench in our updating of the system, but we've been able to put a lot of time into it here over the past 2 or 3 weeks, and we've completed the project and actually went live last night on the website. So what we did was, I think it was the last council meeting. I believe it was last council meeting. It was brought up, the key card system was brought up, and someone brought up decals as being a possible solution. That was an alternate route that we were looking at, was going to the decals that you would affix to your vehicle. Mainly for the purpose that it's easy to lose a key card. It's not so easy to lose your car, right? So we wouldn't have the repetitious loss of cards and having to replace them.
Right.
The problem with it is, though, there was a financial issue there. Those decals are about double the price of a key card. And the logistical issue of we would have had to have literally rebuilt the system from the bottom up and restarted the whole process. Right now we've got about 7,000 key cards out in circulation. We would have had to have replaced those with decals.
Right.
So there was quite a financial impact there. Plus the time it would have taken to rebuild the system. So with that in mind, we elected to just stick with the key cards that everyone's familiar with, kind of clean up the back end of how we handle the information. And more importantly, we wanted to really streamline the application process for getting the cards out to the public. Before Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Florence, Hurricane Dorian, there was a large influx of folks kind of descending on Town Hall, needing a key card. And actually, we had to move a lot of people around staff-wise to handle that. And I feel fairly confident there was some board members that were helping as well. We wanted to kind of mitigate that if we could. So we built a really simple form that's hosted on the website. It's really not, it's not a whole lot about it. It's a simple form, and that's really what we were going for, is point folks to the right direction. They fill out the form. It's all handled virtually, and then they're emailed or they're mailed their card. Up until this point, there was a form, an actual physical form that folks had to fill out. Well, first they had to download it, then they had to print it, fill it out by hand, and then if they could, scan it back in. It was a very cumbersome process. So we've really streamlined the ability for folks to request a card, whether it be a new one or a replacement. So
Right.
we've also, if I'm sure everyone remembers, on the original key card system, we had some issues trying to address business owners and property managers. That was kind of a big thing. The original system wasn't designed to handle those particular key card holders. So we actually went in and modified the system with their own separate form now that allows them to go in and request key cards for their employees and their properties that they manage and things like that. So that way we can track it a little bit better. Up until that point, tracking was an issue, but now they fill out a form the same way that a resident would, and we can track that process from the time that the request is submitted to the time that the cards are mailed or hand delivered. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Say again? New owners. So new owners, okay, I think the question is for those that have never had a key card issued to them, because that's one of the problems that we identified. As we are onboarding new folks into town, they're going to be directed to go to the website, fill out the form to get their key card. It's just easier that way. There wasn't a really good tie-in system to the utility side of things that we had hoped. So with that, we tried to come up with all the problems ahead of time. Key card.
Yeah.
You still have your key card. One of the things that we didn't want to do was we didn't want to put a whole lot of key cards out in circulation and not be able to track them. Because that kind of defeats the purpose of having the key card system. The whole purpose behind the key card system is having a pre-validated method to allow people ready access back onto the island. People that need to come back on the island. If we couldn't maintain the integrity of that system, we weren't meeting that goal. So with the way that the new system is designed, with the trackability, we're able to go in and say someone goes to the website and requests a replacement card. We can actually go back now into the system, find their original card and deactivate it, pulling it out of the system so it can't be used again.
Right.
It also puts in protections for folks that may want to photocopy it and hand it out to their friends. That kind of prevents that from happening as well. So I'm sorry it took so long. COVID kind of threw a monkey wrench in the system, but we got it done. Big shout out to Jason. Without him, it wouldn't have been done. I know he's put a lot of time into this over the past 3 weeks, so thank you to that. A lot of staff helped, so we thank them as well. Happy to handle any questions anyone has.
So if a storm comes next year.
Which is not.
Next year.
Yes.
And we're standing in line, allowing people to come back on the island, assuming there was an evacuation. They're going to show their key card. We're going to scan it.
That is a portion of it. We hope to kind of put that in or phase that in the near future. Right now, we have to really vet the remainder of the data within the database itself, which we're in the process of doing now. So as soon as we can validate all of that data, then we would start scanning as people come through. We just have to there's a little bit of work to do on the development side, so when you do scan it, you just get a red light or a green light, that you can readily look down and see, okay, green light, you're good to go, red light, let's talk about it.
On his card, he has a number on there.
Correct.
And you can look at that number.
Yes, ma'am.
And know it's Doug Medlin.
Yes, ma'am. And that's part of that whole pre-validation process. It just kind of speeds it up, I guess.
Yeah, I think it'd be good. I think we may still look at whether we do cards or whether we do stickers, like we were talking about. We talked with Carolina Beach a little bit about stickers the other day, or re-entry,
Sure.
and stuff like that. And but and what they do to, you were talking about, when we get a hurricane out there, then everybody starts flooding the town hall. And like you say, if they can go online, that'll make it a lot easier.
Correct.
But what they also did, they said that you had to give it, I believe, by what? 1st of June?
June 1.
You had to get it by the 1st of June.
Correct.
If didn't, then you had to pay a late fee.
Oh.
So what that caused was people to go ahead and get their cards early so you don't have the last minute rush.
Sure.
And so I think that's, putting in that may be something that we need to look at too.
Yeah, and that's something we talked about after our visit. I talked with James about, and we'll have to work with our finance office to get
Right.
some back-end payment processing set up. So that'll be a good goal for them to work on over the next year to get that
Right.
put in place, so that if we do want to move towards the decal, we can do that. We can order them online. You can pay online if you have to pay something, and they can pull the report and mail them out. So.
Yeah, and
I just want
what
to say,
that-
I just want to say, I like the decal to sticker thing. I can't remember my Costco card or ever find my driver's license, so I like something that I don't have to look for.
Right.
And that follows me around instead of me following it around.
And you'll keep it with you if it's on the windshield of your car.
For sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
You generally don't lose your car.
Right.
For sure.
Well, if you trade cars, then you have to
get
buy a
another
new
sticker.
one.
That's right.
But also, shoot, what else was it? But it's just, you know, it was, anyway, it would, Shanahan came up with a fast way of getting them back on the island before. I appreciate them changing their system there along with you. But if it's something that we can just scan, then it would move it a lot faster. And I think it would, you know, if people know that way ahead of time, then it'll just make the job a lot easier getting them back on.
Sure.
And then if we could talk the other towns into doing the same thing, then it would really simplify things a lot.
That
We'll
has
look
been
for,
brought up.
we're depending on you talking to the other towns as well and getting them on board.
That has been something that has been brought up is kind of, I'm sorry, I guess I'm not talking into the microphone enough. There we go. We have looked at an island reentry, regardless of what town you were in. You know, it was just an island reentry, you know, sticker or pass or whatever. And it's certainly something we can look into as long as all three towns can meet their logistical needs and their
Right.
administrative needs. You know, I see no problem in doing that. And
Okay.
So if you're going to explore the sticker again,
correct.
I'd ask that you explore something similar to like an electronic boarding pass, like you would use or download to your phone when you're getting on an airplane. There'd be no cost to the sticker or the sticker changing because you sold your car, having to get another sticker, or the boarding, or the cards being lost. It's something that once you're issued it's an electronic issue. And I don't know if that technology exists, but I'd imagine if it exists for getting on a plane, train,
Sure.
then it should be something we might be able to see and do a cost-benefit analysis and see where we are with that.
And really, the only issue that I could see with that is just the building of the application that would handle it. You know,
Right.
aside from that, we have the data.
There's probably an app for that.
If not, there could be one.
Exactly. That's
Our real estate license now is an app.
That's what I mean.
We just show our,
I would say we look
app.
at that as an option. You don't lose your phone, and if you did, you would still download your boarding pass. Yeah, that's all I would say as a consideration.
Sure thing. Will do.
Try to move us into the center, you know,
20th
future.
century?
Yeah,
So
a
you
little
can
bit.
have either one.
Oh, there you go.
That would be our pass.
Yeah, see, that's how I do Costco now because I lose my card. That's how I do Costco now.
And then get them
Yeah.
on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If I lose my card, I can't
It's
keep
got
the
his
thing
photo
straight.
and entry.
So I can certainly look into it, and I'll see what I can come up with.
Thank you.
Let you know. Anything?
That's it.
All right.
Thank you,
all.
James.
Thanks.
Thanks, James.
Thank you, sir.
Sir?
Okay,
That was good.
now, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was something I was gonna ask. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Well, I'll just give a very brief introduction. Everybody is very well aware, fiscal year 2021 budget, we are down to the time where we're hoping that we can get this adopted for our operating year that starts July 1. You know, we gave the manager's recommended budget at the last council meeting. We do ask that you open up a public hearing to hear any comments from the public regarding the budget. I will note that there was the only adjustment that had been made, which we'll go back and correct, it was pointed out, had to do with the fire trucks. And, you know, I will just restate for council and for the public, we're in a very unknown and challenging time right now, but we do look forward to continuing to evaluate the factors that make up this budget, which include revenues to match our expenditures. And we have a lag time with sales tax, we have a lag time with occupancy tax, those two things, of course, being affected by the pandemic and the local states of emergency and executive orders that have been put in place. So it is staff's intention to continuously be looking at those things, keeping council abreast once we get those reports 2 months after the fact, so that we can come back to council and reevaluate some of the needs that were identified through this process, those being the fire truck. So with that being said, I will entertain any questions once you've opened up the public hearing. We hope to have this adopted. There is no tax increase with this. You are adopting a capital improvement plan that will be adjusted. The one thing that I had alluded to was the fire truck was in one place had been adjusted to 21-22, but in another still remained in 2021. So that'll be amended.
Page 21.
Yep, I talked to her
You got
yesterday
it already?
afternoon about
Okay.
it. So it's just a formality of the CIP document. But again, I think we've really worked on this over the last couple of months, and the challenges that we've had in meeting together to go over things. I appreciate the council's you know, really digging into this, asking the questions. It has certainly helped me as a new manager in this position to understand the town's budget. I can't thank Ashley and finance staff enough and department heads for you know, understanding some of the tough decisions that we have to make, and certainly look forward to building upon this for next year and getting this together a little bit sooner, getting the department heads and getting that prepared for you. So the CIP will set some strategic objectives. Also, I'll be working on as our next thing is our priority implementation plan, which will come from meeting with department heads and setting their objectives for the upcoming year, which is well underway. And I'll present that back to council so that you know what departments are tasked with over the next year. So with that being said, I will certainly turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I appreciate the town staff and the council all for working on this. I think we worked on this budget about as hard as any budget we've had. We've got a lot of issues that we've got to pay for, and, of course, I mean, money's no problem, right? But, and of course, I mean, we're not the only town like this, but it is, just like you have to do at home, you have to look and see, well, you know, maybe I can use this for another year before I have to really replace it. And that's exactly what our town staff has done. I think each department has done a wonderful job of trying to be conservative and working with staff to try to come up with this idea. And I'd like to thank them for getting the budget together. I think in other words, we're staying ahead of everything and staying within budget and not raising taxes. So we do appreciate that. So if there's no other comment, I'll ask if somebody wants to make a motion to go into...
I make a motion, we go into public hearing.
Public hearing. Second. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Okay, now we're in open for the public comment period. All that has comments, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, I see no hands.
Do what?
I see no hands.
I see no hands. I guess we don't have any online comments, do we? Okay. All right. Do I have
a motion we close the public hearing?
Do I have a second?
I second that.
All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. Okay, public hearing is closed, so therefore it will be advertised at this time, right?
I make a
Oh,
motion
okay.
to adopt the budget as presented by town manager.
I second that.
All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. Okay, it is now adopted and will be advertised for, because it's been advertised.
It's been on the website.
That's right. Yeah, be online. Okay. All righty. Okay, surplus property upset bid.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Let me scroll through my 90 pages of budget here to our next item. As you all know, the Surf City Police Department and properties surrounding, we have talked about that as putting that on the market for public sale. And this individual was passed along to me from, I believe, community development. So I talked to the individual and emailed back and forth, and he did post a offer on two of the vacant properties, which are lots 8 and 10, according to the recorded plats. But conversely, in the exhibit, those are represented as lots 2 and 4, which are in your packet. The offer price was at $40,000 in total. If council were to adopt a resolution to move forward with that offer, it would go into an upset bid process. At this time, I am not recommending that council entertain the offer based on the fact that the professional marketing, even though is started, we did find some images that needed to be photoshopped out of the police department. So that website has not been activated, and we really think that a full presentation and marketing strategy on this will garner additional opportunities for bids to come in closer to the tax value and or the appraised value, which I've also included in this option. So again, I wholeheartedly respect and appreciate Mr. Kennedy's offer at this time. However, I hope to see this offer come back, as the process moves forward. So I would recommend council denying the resolution. It's my understanding that this was a little bit awkward in the presentation. I do apologize for that in the resolution. But if you simply just do not consider that resolution and deny it, then this will not open the upset bid process, or council can make a decision to entertain that offer and start that 10-day process in which a deposit would be required. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may, number one, we haven't declared the surplus property. So I don't know why we'd be considering a resolution on it, and I agree with our manager's suggestion that we reject this. So I'd like to make a motion that we reject the offer for these lots until we get further guidance from our manager on how we're going to pool this stuff to do our surplus property advertisement. We have not advertised these lots, and they are not surplus property at this time. So I'll make a motion that we reject this.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. Okay, now,
yes, sir.
so what do we need now?
You don't need anything. I don't need anything at this point. I was just going to give a very brief update as to where we are at. The unique nature of this property, I think when I first started thinking about this, I said, well, we'll go take some pictures and we'll slap it on the website. I wholeheartedly don't think that that's an appropriate approach. So I did move forward and hired some professional services to complete a full interior marketing photos of the police department. I appreciate Chief Shanahan's willingness to work with myself and that vendor, understanding the confidentiality of the police department. He was a trooper with that, and so that has been completed. We went back and Chief, I asked him to go through all those photos just to make sure we're not putting anything out there we don't need to be putting out there. And there were a couple of things identified that will be photoshopped, but the end result I think you'll really appreciate is that we will have professional photos taken. We have aerial imagery taken of the properties, of the actual structure. We also have a full 3D floor plan so that somebody can visualize themselves in that property. Once the website goes up, I will set, again in consultation with the chief, set specific times in which we will allow showings, so that we can have full preparation of inviting public into the police department, giving them enough headway to come in. Whatever time that's got to be that's convenient for their operations, we will set. So we look forward to that process, and again, that should be live within the next week, I would hope. I'll get an update from our vendor as to where they're at with the Photoshop process, but it'll be a full separate website that's hosted by that vendor that people can go to with a full description, and it'll be by email contact, so that I can manage responding to some of the, I'm sure, unique questions that we'll get with somebody having interest in a police department purchase. So that's my just very brief update on that.
They do understand they don't become the police when they buy the property, right?
I hope so.
Mm-hmm.
Sir? Okay. Yeah.
Okay, anything else on that? Just waiting for the big bids?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I think you're still up now with
yes.
naming policy?
That's correct. And I'll ask Mr. Merritt to jump in where he needs. And he did pass out a revised naming rights policy that has been recommended to you from the Recreation Advisory Committee. The naming rights will allow the town to assign names in honor of, et cetera, to parks and facilities within town. This is tied into a potential for a new park in which Mr. Merritt has been working hard to seek grant funding on. and working with some property. I'm still not at the pleasure to communicate that in public, the specific property, but we do feel it would be appropriate to have some naming rights tied to that. So the first step is to have a formal policy for council to adopt, and then once we are at the liberty to provide you a recommended name for any new park or existing park in the future, we will bring that back to council for an additional consideration and approval of that. So if you have any questions, I'm sure Mr. Mayor can answer those for you.
Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Same as, basically I'll kind of tell you what the change was. So after taking it to our Recreation Advisory Committee, they did want to exclude businesses. The original policy was it had a lot of stipulations on if a business wanted to have naming rights for a park or facility. The Recreation Advisory Committee decided that it would be better to just exclude businesses altogether because of some conflict that it could potentially create. So that's what you've got in front of you now is a change, and that's actually number 3 if you look down the list for you to reference easy. You know, again, we continue to grow, and we seek any way that we can to get the funding for these facilities and these parks, and we always want to be open that if somebody comes to the town and says, hey, we'd like to give you a piece of land, or we'd like to donate this facility, I think if they ask for potential naming rights, we need to have something in place so that we can proceed. So that's kind of all I have, unless you guys have any questions about it.
Okay.
So I guess in turn, my recommendation is that we use the one that the Recreation Advisory Committee has brought forth, just to clarify.
Okay.
Can I make a motion?
Yes,
that
you
we
can.
Use the one that we have in front of us from the Recreation Committee.
Policy, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, Lordy. I think we're gonna have to go out in left field on this next one. Miss Amy come in from the left field and
She's got her distancing down, I think, is. And Mr. Mayor, I'm going to excuse myself to use the restroom.
Do what?
I'm going to excuse myself.
Yes, you want to take a break now?
That's up to you, Mr. Mayor.
No, not, yeah, you want to take a 5-minute break? I'm a 5-minute break right quick? Okay, all right, 5-minute break. Sorry, Amy, I brought you in from the field too quick. We'll now turn it over to Miss Amy Kime.
Change regarding signs containing light-emitting diodes. I'm going to give you a brief summary of how everything came about, and then we can go through the changes that were recommended. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
I heard you then.
Okay, so today we're going to talk about our proposed ordinance change regarding signs containing light-emitting diodes. We'll start with the background information summary. We have the recommendations from Planning Board to discuss. Today is more just a work session of talking about it so that y'all have a good background understanding of the conversations that have been had thus far. Both Ms. Batts and Mr. Torres have been at the meetings discussing the Planning Board meetings, so either one of them can feel free to chime in at any point with their thoughts. So as a summary, in April of 2016, Council amended the town ordinances by adding Chapter 6.19 to Appendix A. This ordinance allowed light-emitting diode signs to be placed in the governmental district for all uses, and then in the office, institutional, and commercial districts for churches and schools only. And then it did also allow for gas stations to display the gas prices as an LED sign. In December of 2019, Muhammad Afifi submitted a sign request for a LED sign at the new A&A Builders / Access Realty building located on NC 50-210. During this time frame, we also received an additional request for an LED sign for Kings, and we have since received one for the Watkins flooring out here on the mainland. As these signs requests are becoming more prevalent, staff reached out to the planning board to request direction regarding the allowance of LED signs for all uses in the office and institutional and C3 districts. At the December planning board work session, the allowance of LED signs for all permitted uses in the C3 district was discussed. The board directed staff to research existing ordinances regarding LED signs and bring back to the board the findings of this research. At the February and March Planning Board meeting, staff provided a spreadsheet reviewing municipal and county ordinances in southeastern North Carolina that had beach communities located within them. The spreadsheet listed if the local municipality or county allowed LED signs and if other community ordinances referred to LED signs and what those said and how they were worded. And then please note that there are different names, so if you do review that spreadsheet in there, you'll see them called multiple different things, but they all relate back to the type of sign we're talking about today. Discussion was held at each of the meetings regarding specific language to be included in a revised ordinance as well as allowable zoning districts. Recommendations from the February meeting were incorporated in the proposed ordinances to be discussed at the March meeting. For clarification purposes, staff also provided a copy of the zoning map, which clearly indicated the locations of G1, C3, and O&I. Since the original ordinance limited the use of electronic changeable copy signs to C3 Extended Entranceway, Government District, and the Office and Institutional District, the Planning Board proposed the same uses. I have a bigger copy of the map if anyone wants to look at it today of the actual locations. The map in your packet is kind of small and hard to see. The provided map is attached. Please note that everything that is colored in gray with a red outline would be the areas that can support that based on this, and then the underlying district is written in a small box on each of those so that you can distinguish between them. At the February meeting, we were asked to revise the existence ordinance based on the concerns discussed during the meeting. During the April meeting, final discussion was held regarding the language as attached in your packet. Lighting measurement standards were added to the ordinance to allow staff to determine if brightness requirements were being exceeded. Planning Board voted to allow electronic changeable copy signs in the C3, O&I, and G1 zoning districts. The attachments in your packets includes the ordinance showing the revisions, which is the marked up one, the copy of the ordinance as Planning Board approved it, and what would be approved if that is the will of council. A spreadsheet detailing municipal and county ordinances in southeastern North Carolina with beach communities, the zoning map, the Planning Board meeting minutes from February, March, and April, and then the last two pages are the A&A Builders and the Watkins flooring sign examples as the two that have been recently submitted. So if you will notice on this packet at the bottom it says LED ordinance update and the page, so if you have something specific when we're talking, if you would please reference that page number so that we can easily find it, because there's about 24 pages.
Okay, the two original applications that applied for it, one was in C3 and one was in C1, right?
King's Beachwear over on the island called and asked, and we talked through it.
They were in C1, right?
And they are in C1. I told them at the time we did not, so they went ahead and fixed their sign for now. They have not reached back out right now. The two
that's what I'm saying, but I mean, they did turn down, they just chose one of two signs to accept, right?
With the planning board conversations, the majority of the conversations were that we wanted the island to remain a small town
Right.
beach
They didn't
feel.
want the flashing
They
lights
didn't
and all
want the
that
flashing
stuff
lights, so
for the beach.
we did not discuss adding it to C1. We
Right.
only discussed the original. So Kings is just kind of, they fixed their sign, they're
Okay.
good for now. Watkins, and Moafifi call me on a regular basis just to check in and see where we're at on this. So they will be requesting to move forward if council moves forward with it. And then there is another, I guess, part to this, is if we move forward with it, some of the existing signs may want to switch over to LED signs if they meet the requirements as set forth in this.
Do we have any idea how many of these 3D signs could exist coming into the island?
We do. So based on looking at this, the zoning map that we have, and looking at the parcels as currently divided, we have 6 on 210 that are office and institutional. Off island, we have 6 G1, which are government. On island, we have 10 G1, and those consist of our fire department, parking, and
But
parks.
that's on the island. yeah.
That's on the islands, but they would still be allowed on the island because it's G1. So we do have things that are zoned G1 over there that could potentially have those signs.
Right.
And in that 10, I did include, I believe, the police, but we would be requesting rezoning of that as a part of this moving forward with the selling of that property. And then for the C3 district, which is all off-island, we have approximately 19 along the US 17 corridor. We have approximately 22 on 210, approximately 4 on 50, and approximately 56 on the 50-210. So it would be somewhere between 90 and 100 possible parcels. Now, that being said, if the mobile home park across on 5210, if it was to redevelop, that could easily be
Yeah, and then
subdivided.
some of these lots that we have, I believe, is that not right, Teresa, can be subdivided?
There's some large tracts on 50 that could be subdivided, and you could ultimately end up with probably 2 or 3 lights.
So one of the things that we did to try to combat that was to discuss in here limiting the number of signs per development. So that was one of the things that was a discussion point. So like Walmart, you have Walmart in the back, and then you have all of the out parcels. Well, that came in as a common plan of development and would be considered a center. So the center could have one sign and not each individual out parcel.
So with that mitigating strategy, how many would that reduce it down to?
It would only take out, I counted all of them, so it would only take out 10 or so
we're at-
currently.
yeah, so
But it would
most-
hopefully keep any of the larger parcels from subdividing into more.
So what
So
was the total number?
I was at 91 is what I counted
So that would
for
bring us
C3
down-
only.
Yeah, for
So-
C3 only,
Mm-hmm.
not G1.
Yes, sir.
That's C3 only.
Yeah, so with G1, then what's the total?
G1, so G1 off island was 6,
Mm-hmm.
and the O&I off island was also 6. So those would be 12
more.
additional parcels. And
Right, so that's 103, and then you said it would bring it down by maybe 10.
Yes, sir.
Without
So you're still
considering,
talking about
without
90.
considering the growth that we know is going to occur.
So you could easily end up with 90
Yes, sir.
LED signs
Between
lighting your
17,
way as
50,
you
and
came
210.
to the quaint little town of Surf City.
That's
Yes,
right.
sir.
So I don't for me, that's just my personal opinion. I don't know if we're taking a vote whether we're going to go forward with this. Is that what we're trying to do?
I don't know, it's up to
I
y'all.
just need a consensus if you want to put it on the agenda, because I need to advertise it for a public hearing.
But if we don't even want it on the agenda,
If
we
you
didn't.
don't, that's what I just need it, if you don't,
We can get a consensus and it's out. If you do, then I just need a consensus to move forward and advertise.
Yeah, with the number of signs, and then I think it just becomes, how can my sign be a little bit brighter than yours? And it's just, you want to talk about a slippery slope. That's where we would be going down, and I don't think there's anything quaint about an LED sign. So with that,
I think we just need to leave it alone.
well, that's my point. I don't think that we need to consider changing the ordinance. I would say my vote would be to leave it alone, as in not allow them.
Yeah, another
So,
word.
real quick though, we can't keep the ordinance exactly as written because we do allow, because we say only churches and schools in our O&I and our government.
Right, so what needs to be
Or
changed?
O&I and C3. We would have to remove O&I and C3 altogether.
Then I would propose.
Do what now?
We would have to remove, we can't just say certain uses in a zoning district. It either has to be zoning district wide or not at all. So
Well,
right now,
we don't have it listed for C3, do we?
we say that churches and schools in C3 and O&I can have them, and then the gas stations. So like, doesn't the Handy Mart, don't they have the? So we allow it at, so the Handy Mart has it for the gas
But, yeah,
signs.
see, here's my thing about the difference in gas signs and what these people are asking for is gas signs, they put a number up there, and that number stays there sometime for a day or half a day. I'm just kidding. But usually stays there for a good amount of time until the price of gas changes.
Correct.
All right. But what we're getting into now is scrolling signs, flashing signs, moving signs.
Changing every 8 seconds. Changing every 8 seconds.
And then advertising, right, would be changing every 8 seconds, like you see out here on the highway, like you see coming through Holly Ridge.
Sneed's Ferry.
And Sneed's Ferry. And, you know, all right, the planning board says, no, we're not going to have anything because we want to keep Surf City quaint.
The island, yes, sir.
Yeah. So, do you want it unquaint coming in? Or do you want, when you come in, do you want to present your best? Do you want to put your best foot forward? Or, you know,
I don't want these electronic signs everywhere. So whatever we got to do to
see, now here,
prevent that.
yeah, and now I thought we had the, what is the regulations on LED signs that we have right now for the government and churches and schools and all that stuff?
So currently, it is in G1, C3 for churches and schools only, but we can't say just for 2 uses, and then O&I is the same.
Right, but
So-
what do we say they can do?
They can change once every 24 hours.
Right, so we're going from once every 24 hours to every, what, 5 seconds?
I think it was 30 seconds is what we, there was a lot of discussion at planning board on that. So what was settled on was every 30 seconds for signs, unless it was a public emergency message or a public service announcement. So if there was a hurricane evacuation or, you know, road closed or an accident or something like that, then that would be able to change every 5 seconds. But if I was just advertising my business, it would be every 30 seconds.
There's a lot of difference in every 30 seconds and every 24 hours.
Yeah.
May I ask our liaison person that's been there to weigh in on this and give us her opinion? of what she feels needs to be.
Do what?
And a liaison,
I was there as a
planning.
liaison.
Yeah, you're back up.
Yeah.
Hear y'all speak.
Yeah, I'll, so look, when you're, listening to everything that's going on, what Mr. Afifi wants to do, whatever he does 100%. You can look at his building and see that he does it 100%. It's anything that he puts his hands on looks very nice. And I'm sure his sign would look nice.
When his sign, he has a sign
Yes.
at 4 corners.
Yes. So I'm not debating that, it wouldn't look nice because I know it would, but you're opening the window for at least, we know of 100 properties to do the same. And I think that everyone, I know how I feel. I wouldn't want 100 signs coming in on the Surf City corridor to look, like a light show. I think there's probably some recommendations that you can make to where office, as far as like our government offices, could operate with some type of rolling sign. But as far as allowing every business that is currently in that zoning to do so, I just don't think it's what Surf City wants.
I wouldn't have any problem with a lot of signs like the college has.
And so,
If they want to put their advertisement up there and it stay up there for 24 hours and then they change the advertisement out. But then also I think there's a limited number of, it's got to be all one color, or, it can't be, and it can't be flashing, it can't be scrolling, but,
so in here, the planning board did not limit colors, but they did limit blinking, flashing, flickering, oscillating, rotating, animation, or scrolling of the changeable area shall not be permitted, and they may not emit any sound or noise or smell.
Yeah, but if you're changing it every 30 seconds, it's
And-
almost
Scrolling.
flashing.
And also, you can, you can't control what is on the board, as far as,
When we do sign permits for a regular painted sign, we don't control the content. We look at the dimensions. So that was where a lot of the argument back and forth, or not argument, discussion back and forth between just being able to have words and being able to have pictures at the planning board occurred is, we permit signs that have pictures on them. We don't have anything in our ordinance that says signs only can have words. So that was one of the reasons that planning board allowed for the picture and the words was that discussion.
I'm not disputing that, and I'm not saying control what they can put on a sign. But how often they can put that sign up there is my biggest problem.
And that is completely at the discretion of this board as a part, if the board desires to move forward with that. These things are completely at the discretion of this board to change. This is just the recommendation of planning board. I think planning board felt like this was something that was coming. It's becoming much more prevalent, and trying to get ahead of it and limit it in a way that it didn't look like Dale's Pub going, that big sign, and going, to Holly Ridge. They were trying to figure out a way to make it
How are you
more
going to
tasteful.
limit that?
By limiting the movements that it can make, because Dale's flickers, flashes, he has fireworks that go off and all of those things. By not having the blinking, flashing, flickering, oscillating, those take out all of those things. So basically, the way that this is written, you would have a static picture that changed every 30 seconds.
Well, why?
So
Yeah,
we
why?
could change that. We had a planning board member that was opposed to it. We had a planning board member that wanted to keep the once every 24 hours. We had some that wanted to go with the 8 seconds. Like when apparently a bunch of them rode into Wilmington and sat and looked at different signs around Wilmington to kind of get an idea of what 8 seconds was or whatnot. So we had in planning board, there was a big range in what they felt that this timeline would be appropriate, and that was just kind of a negotiation that they settled on was the 30 seconds, but that is solely at your discretion.
You know, in the last year, since we changed the off-site
Yes.
premises signs, so, you know I was forced, I think probably Doug was forced to take down our off-premises signs on property that was on the I know mine was on the 210 corridor. So if you're bringing, all these signs in that you can advertise on now, I don't see what the difference is of me doing, I could go to Watkins Flooring and say, hey, I want to get on your board.
That's still
and
considered
then
Well, that's what you can
do.
But you can't control what's on that board.
We can have them cut it off. So
You
it's
can
still,
what?
they would have to cut it off or remove it. They would be against the sign policy because their sign policy says no off-site premises. So I can't go ask Ms. Batts to advertise my whatever business or whatnot. It would only be able to do either that specific business that is in there or a emergency such as hurricane, lost child, silver
Well,
alert.
Yeah, that's very seldom, yeah. I
Right,
don't
but
think
those
that's what
would
they're putting
be,
their signs up for.
those would be the only things that they would be able to do is their very own business or something that was deemed a public emergency message.
Well, if there's, you need a consensus, my consensus is no way, keep it the same way it is now.
You
That's
can't
just-
keep it the same way
well,
it is now, that's what she said.
Well, then,
the
however, I don't want the signs. That's however you have to word that, I don't want it.
So we can do one of two things. We can remove the LED signs completely from, which we still have to go to public hearing for because it would be a change in the zoning. We could remove it completely, and that would allow the school to just be a non-conforming use is the only one that we
So
have.
what would be?
The school would be a non-conforming use. It would be a legal non-conforming use, and then nobody else would be able to put them in. We can,
What about the fire department if they wanted to put some, have one, and it was we would use it in reference to hurricanes or roadblocks or something like that. We could still do that.
that would be option 2, which would be to remove the C3 and O&I and only allow it in government. You can't allow it for certain uses, but you can just allow it in a zone. So that would be option 2, and then the gas station would be non-conforming because it technically has the numbers at the Handy Mart, but I don't think, Go
I
Gas
don't
did
have a
not.
problem with
I thought they
option
have
2.
regular.
They have bright, and is the BP ours in the corner?
It is ours.
Do what?
It has the bright.
Okay,
green.
so the 3 gas
And here
stations,
Cedar has them.
Yeah.
the gas stations would be non-conforming uses if we removed that from
But
C3.
see, people don't even think about the gas station being an LED sign.
The
When they think
technology
of-
is the
When they
same.
think about LED signs, they're thinking about changing signs. That's what everybody's got in their mind when they say LED. Nobody even knew that was an LED sign out at the college. Nobody ever thought about gas station prices being LED signs. And I am not against the use of LED lights, because everything's going to LED.
Right, all our backlit signs that are channel letters are with LED bulbs. So that was the reason that we were changing this name as well to on-premise electronic changeable copy sign.
Right,
So that it
changeable
got rid
copy.
of the whole LED thing because everybody has LED lights and everything.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So it's the changeable copy is what it is, and it's not the LED part.
And we could potentially define the type of sign at the gas station
Yeah.
as something
Because I hope
separate.
these are LED lights. If not, we're spending a lot of money we shouldn't be spending.
Andy, could I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Based on what you've heard from the council members sitting in here talking and discussing the LED situation, in your opinion, do you think if we remove from C3 the O&I and the other thing you talked talked about with our LED signs and limited the changeable time, if we wanted to have it every 24 hours or every 12 hours or what the case may be, that would come under and take care of what needs to be to fortify our zoning ordinances and satisfy this LED situation, because basically the consensus is they don't like the LED signs to council.
Correct.
So if, by doing this, would that satisfy and solidify that?
Just removing it from the original, I think it would be better to remove it from the revised one that Planning Board recommended for a couple of reasons. There's a lot more detail in how it has to be programmed. There's detail in here about programming, that it has to be certain, it has to be able to freeze. So even if we only do it 12 hours, if there's a malfunction, it has to just revert to 1 and cannot be changed. It also talks about if the light exceeds, the other one was based on nits, and in research, trying to measure nits is much more complicated than trying to measure foot candles, and is also a more expensive piece of equipment. So I think if we are going to continue to allow them in G1, we do need to have this language in there so that, we're held accountable and we're able to measure and say that, we're keeping it at this 0.3 foot candles above ambient light, which seems to be the standard throughout the region. So we could definitely look at removing the C3 and the office and institutional uses, and then read through it and see if there are other questions, comments, or concerns about it.
Let me ask the question a different way. Based on the fact that we don't like the LED sign.
Yes, sir.
If we leave our ordinance as it is and take these things out, or how do you feel the ordinance needs to read or change to keep these LED signs away and out? Not that I'm against them, but I'm against what it's going to stand for as far as all the flashing and commercialism that's going to go along with it, and especially coming in on our island. Can we still, do you feel we can make these non-conforming situations that we have and still maintain our policy and still be in compliance?
The non-conforming situations that you have would meet all, other than the fact that they would not be allowed if it was a new one, they would meet everything in the revised ordinance. So like the light trespass and all of those things would match in this. They would just be non-conforming for future, and if there was any other development, then they wouldn't be able to replace them.
So then my last question, and I promise you I'll be quiet on it.
Oh, you're fine.
Do you feel like that it would be best for us to table this time and that you bring it back to us to incorporate what the planning board said as well as what the council said to make what we need to do what we want? Or do you feel we just need to keep discussing?
Can we use revision 2 and cover us and cover everything you need to cover?
So revision 2 would allow it continue, so we can either get rid of it altogether. We can allow it in the G1, which was revision 2, which is, if you want to be able to place one at the fire department for emergency uses in the future, we would need to maintain it on the G1 uses. So we would need to get rid of the office and institutional and the extended entranceway references within this document. And then we would need to discuss the amount of time, because item E on page 6 talks about the 30 seconds and then allows public emergency messages to flash every 5 seconds. So we would need to maybe tweak that. And then the gas station would just become a non-conforming use.
That's what we would want to do.
That's what we want to do. That's what Buddy was saying too.
Yeah, that's what we want to do.
Do we need you to go ahead and write this up, ignoring what the planning board said and what the council wants?
I mean, planning board is a recommending body. They are recommending their thoughts to you, and now it is your job.
Can you write us an ordinance with what you heard
I can do
the
some
council
strike throughs,
say?
yes, sir.
Okay.
So do you want that on the July agenda as a public hearing for an ordinance amendment, or do you want it back on the July work session for her to bring you back the amendment and for further discussion?
We don't need further discussion.
Bring it on our menu.
Yeah, on our meeting.
So you'll be prepared to vote on whatever her amendment is on the July 7th meeting?
As long as that amendment is what we just said, yeah.
You'll get another chance to change it. You can make some changes that day. All right.
I think, as far as, Dwight and I sat, they were pretty long meetings.
Yeah.
And the planning board and Amy, they spent a lot of time on it. But I really don't think they realized, some of them might have, but I think they didn't realize the number of signs and what it could do to the corridor.
Did y'all talk about the number of signs that could be on that line,
I think it was mentioned, but we did highlight the map just to kind of show
Yeah, but I mean, when you just look
where,
at
that it's basically the whole corridor could, so we did highlight the map and talk significantly about the map and where they would be located and the underlying parcels and that thing. I don't know that we
did.
Did we say the
We didn't
specific number? I
count
feel like we,
numbers.
Because I thought it was 130 something.
Well, that's the email I sent. I counted
Okay,
those.
all right.
Yeah.
That
see,
was-
I can't remember. I've had conversations with individual
Okay.
people
Yeah.
and at planning board. I would have
We had
to.
that conversation.
Yeah, and I think what
I thought we mentioned it at the April one, but we may not have. Do
What
I?
they were thinking about probably was what they had presented to them. And basically, they had Watkins flooring and
I mean,
King.
I feel like there was a lot of conversation because we had one planning board member
but
who
it
was
knocked Kings
opposed.
outright to start with, so.
But I feel like there was a lot of conversation about where they would be placed because we did have one planning board member who was very much of the same opinion that y'all are, that we do not want them, that we want to remain the quaint village on island and off island just as well. So I feel like there was a lot of conversation about them. There was conversation about the pricing and by putting certain things in there, how that changed it from being an entry-level Dale's Pub type sign to a much sleeker, smoother. It changed the way that the transitions were so that it looked more like a picture and less pixeled. And so there was significant conversation. It was just, I felt like some planning board members may have felt resigned to the fact that it was coming and let's get ahead of it versus I'm 100% let's go and do it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, they thought it was going to be done anyway.
Right,
I
kind of
get
like
it.
eventually it's going to happen. If we go ahead and do it now, at least we can do it the way that we want to and maintain it versus getting called up later on.
Which we talked about also. We also talked about looking at the entire sign, like the way the sign was built. And, it is what it is right now, but as new businesses continue to come in, as far as putting a height limit on them, Dr. Blair's sign's very attractive, coming in. It's got that, coastal little feel instead of this, huge lighted sign. So, we did talk about, just looking at the entire sign ordinance, eventually after we got through this.
Yeah, also, we're looking at an community sign system on the island. And probably, off the island and on the island. But, in other words, a lot of signs that look the same, that sort of, helps to move of traffic so that they can tell where they're supposed to be going for different things.
Yes, because we talked about, it's been like a year ago, about,
Yeah.
Blue signs would lead you to a hotel, if you went,
Pink ones
different
run you to a
directions.
restaurant or whatever, yeah.
Yeah. So having attended all those discussions, I know a lot of work went into it on your behalf and the planning board, and I can appreciate all of that because it was a lot, but I just think that the sentiment of the council continues to be that we just want to maintain kind of where we are. and not move in that direction. But I thank you for the work that you did, 'cause I know it was a lot.
Yeah, they started this sign discussion with a lot of the merchants and our GIS guy or planning guy or whatever he was at the time was working with them, but then he didn't get very far with it, and he left. And you've had enough to do since you've been here without having to get into that, but I think it's something we need to look at and sort of get started with again.
So do we want a wayfinding?
Do what?
Are we wanting a wayfinding sign plan?
Yes.
I'll work with you on that.
Okay, because you and I briefly discussed that.
Yeah, and that's going to be part of that grant, the EDA grant, that has been submitted, by the way, is for this economic resiliency and developing strategies.
Yeah, so I mean, that's something that we need to work on.
Well, when you get it finished and figured out and put down like we're looking for, why don't you just email each one of the council members a copy of it so we can look at it prior to the meeting on our regular scheduled meeting.
Are there any, so my intent is to go back to this new one and just basically take out O&I and C3 wherever that's referenced, leaving it only in the government signs. Is there, that being said, this ordinance requires them to be a monument type sign, which means there would be a base, and then it would not be, the one at Four Corners that you mentioned is on like 2 poles and up in the air. It would not be allowed to be that in any way. It would be expected to be more like the one at the community center that is existing, that is considered more of a monument sign with an actual base. And it also limits.
Yeah, and that's the way Mo built his.
Yes.
His has got a base and everything, and I think it's going to be a nice looking sign. But I just don't feel like, you know, if you had one sign like that, it might be fine, but you're not. You're going to end up with a whole string of them.
I just wanted to see if anybody had any other changes in this that they liked, other than taking out the words, because we did change the requirements some to make them tighter. So it would be making the allowed ones in G1. It's tightening up those regulations. So whatever was allowed in G1 would have to meet this. So I wanted to make sure that everybody was comfortable with the other wording in this. And basically, the LED portion or the scrollable message portion can be 32 square feet or 50% of the sign. So it does make the sign have to have other architectural features included in it so that it's not just a sign. So
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
That's why we want you to bring it back to us at July the 7th meeting.
Well, that's what we were talking, that was just like she was talking about Dr. Blair's sign out there. It has other features than just a sign, you know.
Yeah.
And somewhere in our ordinances, it says that our stuff should be designed to upscale coastal, but we don't have a definition or any expansion
Well, it's
on
good
upscale
that you can
coastal.
put a definition with it.
That is your department now.
That is, but that is what our stuff is supposed to be made to, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I
just
can.
reiterate, it'll be on the July 7th meeting as a public hearing.
For an ordinance amendment.
Right.
And we can still change it at that
You can.
public hearing.
You can.
So we're,
And I will try to make
And
these.
tell the planning board we appreciate them
Yes.
spending all their time working on
Yes.
this.
Oh, definitely.
And, and like I say, they continue working on the signs. Like I say, I think those wayfinding signs will be, I think that'll give it even more of a community feel with the wayfinding signs. So, appreciate you working on that. Okay. All right, anything else on that? Okay, if not, budget ordinance amendment. You want that, Ashley? Yeah. Surprise, surprise, that's what this is, right?
Yeah.
that was open to Motorola in the amount of $28,877.76. It was time to close out those purchase orders because the fiscal year was coming to an end. We noticed that that purchase order was still left as unpaid, so Alan reached out to Motorola, and I think they had a couple conversations, if I'm not mistaken, and Motorola said on all occasions that the town did not owe them any money. Ironically enough, they now have sent us 2 unpaid invoices.
And that was about, what, just a few weeks ago, right?
And it was very deceiving because they sent it to the police department, had the police department's name on it, and a previous fire department employee's name on it. So we're not quite sure if they had sent them prior to that, if it got lost in the prior employee's email, which was no longer working. We're not quite sure what the situation was. But now we are left with having to appropriate those funds so that we're able to pay that invoice in the current year. So you have a budget ordinance amendment in front of you to appropriate a total of $28,877.76 for the 2 outstanding invoices to Motorola.
Did we go back to them to ask where the confusion was and how this got off their radar and then all of a sudden come back on? I'm only asking that because, I mean, I would imagine somebody like Motorola would want to work with us and just maybe make some type of arrangement other than a give me $28,000 now that we're not prepared to pay, or we're going to have to make some extreme adjustments.
So, sure, when I talked to Motorola, once we got the invoices, we did determine that those invoices were going to a previous employee. So, why we didn't get the invoices, I'm not sure. However, when I talked to them about, in reference to paying them, they said they'd work with us any way we can, but at the end of the day, we still have to pay the invoice. But we have rectified, they said they had some trouble with their finance software, which is why they were changing to the new system, and is why those things actually got triggered at that point, and which is why they couldn't tell us that we owed them money before. So that was the explanation I got from them the last time I talked with them. But we have rectified that to get those invoices sent straight to Town Hall instead of to the employees. Because we have an email address dedicated for invoices.
Yes.
Thank you. So we'll take that out of the budget this year, right?
Yes, those funds will be appropriated into the current year budget and paid out of the current year budget.
This year, June 30th, 2020.
I have a quick question. So it says $1,200 for radio management class. So I'm just curious, does it change that much that you need to spend $1,200 to get educated on the radios that probably didn't change that much?
Chief took that course.
Oh, you took that course?
Yeah.
Okay.
So who has the radios now? Do we have them? We have them.
got 'em. We have
Okay.
them.
Isn't Noah still a, part-time volunteer?
He's a volunteer.
He just wasn't handing over the invoice.
Correct.
I'm not sure.
Uh-huh.
I just know we didn't get them.
Okay.
How does this impact our budget? Are we going to be able
It's
to make
money,
the payment?
yes, it's money that's taken out of fund balance that's appropriated into our current year budget. So the operating budget will just be increased by this appropriation, and then the funds are paid out through that appropriation.
Okay. Like I say, life is full of surprises, so. This was just an expensive surprise.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean.
It's a little frustrating.
Yeah, really,
as well.
I mean, I guess we did owe it.
Doug, one thing, I'm not going to beat this drum, but Kyle, please, in the future, I know we have to do classes and they're mandatory things, but I know I'm beating a drum, but $1,200 is excessive to me. Okay, every $1,200 counts. It's already been spent. I'm not upset about that, but I think we really got to check prices on things, and when there's training, mandatory is mandatory. I get it, but we can't be just because we're a municipality. We can't just right away accept to do something. I mean, I think we want to dot our I's, cross our T's on everything. Please.
Was it worth it?
It was.
Well, are these radios different than other radios that you have, or are they specialty? Because, I mean, you know, when the average person looks at it and we say, well, radio costs $13,000, we want to know.
Yeah.
So these particular radios were ones that were damaged during Hurricane Florence, and we actually got insurance proceeds to cover those radios.
Okay.
So they're just replacements of ones that we had damaged during Florence.
Okay, are they portable radios?
They are, yes.
Yeah. They're portable radios.
So you got insurance money to replace them?
Yeah.
You got reimbursement from the insurance company? Okay.
That was in the prior fiscal year, so
Okay.
if you can look at this appropriation, because that insurance money went into fund balance at the end of 2019, so you can look at it as us appropriating those insurance proceeds. It's just that all of those funds are now sitting in general fund balance, not insurance proceeds revenue line,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
All righty.
Roger.
Okay?
Thank you.
So
I
just
have
need
to make a motion to
Yes.
approve?
Yes, to have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried to pay. Okay, or to accept the,
Thank you.
okay. Moving right along. Wow. Ordinance discussion, Chapter 16, Streets and Sidewalks, Appendix B, Subdivision Regulation.
We got some on the last page in your packet.
We didn't have that in there.
Oh,
It's the last page, I believe, the private streets.
yeah.
It's the last page.
On the back of it?
On my package, it's the last page.
It's on the back of your.
Private streets. Got it.
You're done.
I've turned them over so many times, I can't figure out where I
have
am.
two, yeah.
Hold on, I got it. All right, I got it. I got it.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I got
Okay.
it. Okay.
Well,
All right.
I'll go ahead and just go ahead and take this. So there was concern, I think, of an assumption that any street that's built in a new development on the mainland has to be dedicated to the town. So I pulled the ordinance information, confirmed that with the planner and building inspector, and these are the only two provisions that discuss dedication. As a reminder, this council has to formally take action to accept any street into the Town of Surf City street system. My professional opinion is that this language does not force the hand of the town to take over anything, and you can consider any potential street dedication on its own merit, and that can be evaluated based on resources that we have, et cetera. So I went ahead and just put some real quick language together. We could tighten this up if council would like to. I included on subsection D to add a sentence at the end that subdivisions proposed on the mainland portion of town shall meet minimum NCDOT standards as well as Surf City design and construction standards for streets and utilities. Streets must remain open to the public even if designed as private. And then on subsection F, adding a sentence at the end just to reiterate that says nothing in this section shall be construed as the town must accept any new or existing streets into the Surf City street system. So that was essentially it. I just wanted to make sure that council is on the same page, that this is the only ordinance language that would have guided any sort of interpretation or direction that any new road off on the mainland had to be dedicated to the town. Again, we want those roads to be built to a certain standard, and the town can dictate that standard. However, we do not have to accept them for long-term maintenance.
Okay, so my only question to that is, if we're not accepting them and they're not an HOA, who's responsible for the maintenance?
That's something that we would have to look into for subdivisions, new subdivisions created. In my prior experience, you had to have an HOA established to take over the maintenance of not only streets if they were private, but your stormwater system, maintaining your open space, maintaining any sort of other additional amenities. I haven't dug into our zoning and subdivision enough to know if that's a condition of plat recordation, but typically those dedications happen when you do record that final map.
Yeah,
Well, right now, we do not require them to have an HOA, right?
Okay. I'm not sure.
I don't think so, but I think that is something.
Anytime you have like a stormwater system, you have to have a legal entity to maintain that.
But it's not always an HOA, is it?
It'd have to be some sort of, some sort of setup group or something.
Because we've got some areas, we've got some subdivisions that do not have an HOA, and we've got some that had HOAs but disbanded them. Is that not right? I think we had some.
As far as on the mainland, I'm not sure. On the island, yes, you're correct.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about, I know.
Older neighborhoods, they might not have an HOA.
Yeah, well, some of them did have an HOA, and then they disbanded the HOA.
Sure.
Yeah, we need to have something that forces them to look after, they're responsible for that. So we don't have to go back and do it like we did that development out here off of Watts Landing Road.
Well, see, that's not even
The potential of some outliers.
Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah,
what I'm
absolutely.
worried about.
And these provisions would be enforced on new development moving forward because this is a subdivision regulation.
Okay.
Which doesn't come into effect if you're not in the act of subdividing land.
Okay, so have we got something we need to put in there?
Yeah, we can tighten it up. I just wanted to, present to y'all what the current language was. I think that, even right now with the language as it stands would not force the hand of this town to take over any new roads.
And we don't want to say we can't take over new roads, because there may become a time that there may be a certain road or something that we want to take over,
We just want either the subdivision owner or the subdivision, they need to have something legal entity to cover their stormwater and lighting and stuff like that, so the town don't wind up footing that deal.
And there needs to be an understanding for when they do record that map, that if an HOA is going to maintain the streets, that the developer do the appropriate things to make sure when it transfers to an HOA that there's a pot of funds to cover road maintenance to start with.
Right.
Because a lot of these things are very burdensome for an HOA to take on without some assistance from that initial developer. So there's just some business type things that should be done,
So
but we can't force that.
I think we need to go ahead and get those brought up.
So that was it for that. I just wanted to make sure that everybody's on the same page. That again, I'm not an attorney or trying to represent the legality of it, but I don't think that there's something that forces the council's hand to accept anything. So.
Thank you, Kyle.
Okay. One more thing that was not on here, but I'd like for you to discuss it a little bit. I don't think there's any action we're going to take, but there was Atlantic Beach came up with a resolution allowing establishments that sold beer and wine to sell beer and wine outside, and they had some other regulations to it. But then too, I think they had in their executive order, I think they had closed this down. Now, our executive order didn't close anything, but it did accept state regulations. And then when the state regulations went into force, then that put the police department to enforcing those regulations. Is that right, Shanahan? So I'm going to let you explain a little bit about Atlantic Beach and what.
Sure. So we were made aware, I guess Wednesday afternoon, about a resolution that another coastal community had adopted that provided for temporary exemptions from town ordinances to allow for the consumption of malt beverages and unfortified wine. Town of Surf City does not have an ordinance that directly prohibits anybody from consuming malt beverages or fortified wine on their premise.
Right.
The only ordinance that we have, which is similar to Atlantic Beach, was what we talked about earlier today, was not allowing public consumption on our streets, on our sidewalks, on town-owned property.
Right.
So we did talk a little bit to the town of Atlantic Beach. Essentially what they are doing is approving a resolution that sort of goes against the executive order in effect by the state. We, as a municipality, are a political subdivision of the state. Executive orders that are in effect from the governor under the state's state of emergency supersede. We can't, if the governor says you can't open a barber shop, we can't say, well, you can open up a barber shop as long as you're cutting hair outside. It's strictly the barber shop scenario.
Right.
So the way that I have looked at this is that, I don't, again, not an attorney here, but that the resolution that they passed is sort of in contrast to the executive order. It is up to local police departments to enforce the executive order. So with that being said, this is a very difficult thing for us to look at as far as a temporary exemption from some sort of ordinance that we don't have. We don't
So
have
can I
an
say
ordinance.
something?
Yeah.
I spoke to the mayor of Atlantic Beach at length when I sent you this information, and he contacted the governor's office, and they had this discussion on where they wanted to go with this. And the governor's office did not give them any pushback whatsoever, which is why they chose to do it.
I know who he talked to at the governor's office.
Yes. So how'd that go?
And he went to school with him, so I mean, it's hard to.
But in fact, they had the conversation with the governor's office too, and I think just as important or equally is that they spoke to ALE about it as well. And after receiving...
Now, who did you talk to at the governor's office?
No, I didn't talk to the governor's office. I spoke to the mayor of Atlantic Beach.
Oh, okay, you just talked to
Trace.
Cooper, okay.
And because my question was, how are you doing this legally? And he says, well, we actually went to the governor's office after going to ALE with what we decided, which would be doing it off premise, I guess, like in a parking lot, a designated area, no more than 25 people. The people could come in, purchase a 6-pack or a single beer, wine, take it out to this designated area. They open it themselves there. They drink it. If they wanted to go back in for a refill, they could. That way the bar, because they're allowed to sell things to go in the current executive order. The current executive order for those that have a malt beverage and wine license can sell to go under the current executive order for bars to do that. So what they have done was they're in compliance with the executive order. They buy a beer to go. The go place is this designated area within 100, I think it's 100 feet of their business.
It's got to be within 100 feet.
So then they designate this area within 100 feet, a couple of tables, maybe an umbrella, and they have their beer and their wine in that designated area, complying with the governor's order as written. and it can't be more than 25 people maximum, again, complying with the current phase. So everything that we are asking or proposing, I think, is to be in compliance with the governor's executive order. And that's exactly how it's written, that they're allowed to take it to go. The only thing is that we are saying that to go is in this location that they determine. It could be the parking lot behind JM's, roped off somehow with a couple of tables. It could, and I believe that it says, similar to your location, Jeremy, what do we call it, trailer bar, if they had an existing deck before a certain date, that deck would also be considered.
Any area that they set up had to be in existence before March the 10th.
Correct. So I don't think, and we're talking, I've spoken to every owner except for Bryce, but I spoke to Gilligan's. They said under the current condition, thank you for the opportunity, should we afford them that opportunity? But if they can't sell the liquor, which is where they make the bulk of their money, it doesn't make sense for them to operate, operationally. But JM's and Trailer Bar, I spoke to both of them, they would be interested in allowing them to pursue the consumption of beer and wine, no liquor, in this off-premise that we just described. And I would hope that we can provide any sense of relief to these people, and I would recommend that we would do the similar thing. That's my recommendation.
Yeah, on that same note, I spoke with the mayor and with Raleigh as well, and with the town manager at Atlantic Beach.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to relax their ordinance, town ordinance, to make that happen.
Yeah.
So, but, from the governor's office, they did get some pushback, the mayor said.
Yeah.
Want to know why they were trying to go against what the governor had said and blah, blah, the politic ground.
Mm-hmm.
But I asked him specifically, I said, with the probably expenses that's got to be done with going and trying to give your business, how many businesses do you have that probably could take advantage of that? And I was thinking there's probably 10 or 12, and he said 4.
For us, it's 2.
And he said out of those 4, only 2 decided to participate, and only 1 has continued to participate. The rest of them said it was too expensive, and the other one that dropped out said he couldn't afford to do it because it was costing too much to make any money. The money was in the hard liquor.
Yeah, I agree.
And the serve. But it's a way of trying to get around it. And we'll get around it. And we wouldn't have to do anything because they can't open that container on the premise that it's bought at. They must go to this designated area. Right. They can open it there and drink it there. But anybody, if it's a tap room type thing, it doesn't apply to it anyway, because you can't take it. That's an open container, according to them and according to Raleigh. So, but if it would help our businesses out, I don't see a problem with it. But I don't know how many of them can take advantage of it. I don't know how many of them
2
will be able to do that. But if they can, then that will be fine. But we would have to do anything because our ordinances don't allow open containers as it is.
Well, this is what we were asked to do temporarily in these designated areas until COVID restrictions allow them to go back to normal order.
Sure.
And it's just in a designated area for a temporary time period to give a little bit of relief to some of these folks.
And what I was saying is that we don't have an ordinance that we would have to temporarily relax. Okay. Because the only ordinance that we have about consumption of malt beverages or open containers is the one that we talked about earlier today in regards to in public areas like in the street or in the sidewalk, etc.
So we really don't have to do anything.
Yeah, because they would be on their own property.
Those people can do what they want to do, and that's what I've tried to tell them.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure so that way Chief is not put in a position where and he can provide clarity to the police department that if these folks decided to operate under that circumstance, then we're all clear that they're okay. Any questions?
It has to be off premise.
Yes, in a designated area.
Right. What is, I just clarified, what does off-premise
So ABC
mean?
permit covers that.
Does that mean trailer bar's deck?
Yes.
Yes.
That means their deck, right?
So you're saying the deck is off premise?
It was pre-existing.
What?
Yeah.
You can usually drink on the deck of the trailer bar, so wouldn't that still be on premise?
That's correct.
So they would have to go to the parking lot for it to be considered
I thought
off
if
premise.
it was something that existed before March was the date that.
Yeah, they
part-
said it,
Yeah.
According to what
in
the
their
mayor
ordinance
said,
said
in
it.
Atlantic Beach, it must be off premise, and that's what they did if you have a neighbor. Because I think he said he had one or two bars that sold that shared a parking lot.
But I thought it-
And one went to the other parking lot, and the other went to the other parking lot, but it was off of their premise.
But there was a little caveat that we discussed where if they had an existing deck that was before March, that was allowed.
Well, when I talked with Raleigh, they said if it was there and it was part of the existing permit, that it was on premise.
Existing permit.
But if they went to the parking lot, they would be fine.
But
Well, I don't know. That's what they told us one time before. Remember Shanahan?
Yeah.
So an
If
off-premise,
they bought it in the bar and they walked out of the bar to the parking lot, then the bar was no longer responsible. That's what
Yeah, this is just.
ALE told us.
This is
And
just-
then all of a
I'm
sudden
sorry.
they come back and it's been a confusion the whole
It has.
time.
We're just trying to formalize something.
Right.
So there is no confusion
Yeah.
between us, expectations of them, and so that you can do the right thing and ensure that whatever is decided upon by this body doesn't conflict or confuse your officers that are patrolling and trying to enforce the law.
Well, we certainly need, because we're two counties, you know, I don't know if the district attorney's reading around these things too, obviously, you know, we're trying to uphold the laws, but certainly, you know, I have to get the guidance from the district attorney's office. You know, the city, I understand, you know, the struggles of the law.
Do we need to hold off on this until the attorney gets back here and he can research this and give us a guidance on how we need to go town-wise? Because none of us are lawyers.
correct.
But the executive order is clear. It allows bars to sell with that particular license to sell off premise.
Yeah, off premise, and that's just, I'm not trying to argue any of it. I just want to make sure that we're within in those lanes. ABC talks about off-premise malt beverage permit as being malt beverages in the manufacturer's original container for consumption off the premise. So defining off the premise is parking lot off the premise of the bar.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
need
yeah.
an attorney, is what Shanahan's saying. We need the attorney to research this and find out if parking lot is off premise. So we don't get in trouble with, like the mayor said, ALE said one thing one time, then they come back in conflict and reversed herself.
Can they drink in a parking lot now?
Yeah, so let me explain the off-premise, on-premise,
Yeah.
for example. So some bars have off-premise and on-premise licenses, meaning that you can buy a six-pack and leave, or you can consume on the premise. Places such as the food stores, IGA, Atlantic Food Mart, stuff like, they only have off-premise, like ABC licenses. Meaning you can purchase a six-pack, but you have to leave the premise to consume that six-pack. You can't drink it on their premise.
Chief,
So there's two.
may I say something real quick?
Yes,
I
sir.
would like to, I think it would be the responsibility of the mayor to contact the district attorneys from both places and get him have that conversation with them, and then him get back to us and let us know and you know what the finding is there. Is that you, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'll be glad to do that, yeah.
Mr. Fowler?
Sure, obviously, you know, district attorneys are the chief law enforcement officer of the county.
Right.
Judicial district, so certainly, you know, we uphold the laws and, you know, I need their guidance.
That's good.
Right.
There's certainly
Right.
something, and I
Yeah, for
support
sure.
anybody's you know, decisions.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah, we can contact Lee and David too.
Thank you.
And see if we can get something going on this. It's been alcohol, this whole COVID deal that's really been the biggest headache of all the regulations in this. I mean,
You know, when he said restaurants couldn't serve food, that was it. It was restaurants just couldn't serve food. You know, restaurants could serve food to go. That was pretty clear, you know. But
how hard is it?
alcohol has been altogether different.
How hard is it to get a hold of these DAs?
Do what?
How hard is it?
It's not. We'll call them after meeting.
Cell phone numbers, I can phone.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I got his we got both of them cell phones, I think.
But
We
if
can
they,
get with
if they say it's okay, then we're good, right?
Yeah, yeah, if the DA says that it's fine, then we can do whatever.
But I like to make sure that we lay out what was discussed
Yeah,
with the governor.
okay, and we'll, I'm sure that they are aware of the resolution that, well, I know Lee would be aware of the resolution that Atlantic Beach passed, and I'm sure David already knows about it too, so, yeah, we'll get up with them and see.
Well, thank you.
One quick thing before we leave, the July and August council meetings will have to be at the Welcome Center due to spacing and the children in camp here at the community center. Do you want to keep the times at 6:30 or do you want to amend the time on either one of those meetings?
I would rather have it during the day, like we've been having.
Well, for the council meetings?
For the council meetings.
Like we've been
But if
before.
we're allowed, today we would have allowed, well, not today, but are we gonna allow public to attend?
Yes, the public would still be allowed to attend. Of course, we'd still have to maintain social distancing or whatever orders are in place at that time.
I would rather have it be where they can attend, and that would be after working hours.
Okay, it doesn't matter to me.
I'm just asking, I just need to reserve this
Do we
space.
have a July workshop?
We have a July council meeting and a work session this year because last year our meeting fell on July 3rd, I think it was, or like the 2nd, so.
Yeah.
Some years we do and some years we don't, and July just depending on how it falls with our celebration.
July the 7th this time.
July the 7th and August the 4th.
And I'm not saying we have to do 6:30, but 5 o'clock, there's a reasonable time, 4:30.
So you want to do 4:30, 5 o'clock on the 7th and the 4th?
That's what I would.
I just need to advertise it and reserve the space.
That's good.
Now, the
work sessions will still be 9 a.m. to 12, just like they are normally scheduled. I'm just talking about your first Tuesday of the month meeting.
Okay.
All right.
Y'all can ask all.
And I'll give you a notice. Later.
Your wife will let you off, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Get out.
She'll be glad to oust you out, for sure.
Can I ask what this sheet was here?
No, that was a sheet that I put out there for everyone this morning. Just to give you an update, those are the total deaths for North Carolina off of their website. That's from the entire period. And then just to take a look at, for your own awareness, the age, the at-risk population of death, 81% is 65 and over. Just as a nice to know. Because when you start looking at what percentage that is out of the 10 million people population in the state of North Carolina, what did it come out to? Jeremy did the math, but it was like 0.00001.
Yes, correct.
You know, so just to give you an idea, I mean, one death is a lot, but really, it's not as big as I think we continue to pound on every day.
It's a good lesson in statistics. You can take the same information and make it say what you want to say, just to leaving certain things out and adding certain things in.
I hear you.
And this is a good example of showing that our media, unfortunately, looks at the doom and gloom, and they give statistics that supports that.
Yeah. Well, we've learned a lot of lessons from the very beginning. We took some action on very limited information.
I agree.
We continue to learn more each and every day, and we're testing more each and every day. So the more we test, the more you're going to find that people either had it and didn't know they had it, or they're going to confirm that a person has it because they're sick.
Well, the news media is what put everybody in terror.
Yeah.
The news media did that intentionally.
Okay.
That wasn't a factual thing. That was an intentional
Well,
thing.
that wasn't the purpose of my diagram.
I know.
My diagram was just to give us a little bit of information.
I know that.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Stephanie.
News media
Did I need
just
to
say
bring that up?
what they want
What
to
we
get,
talked
they
about
keep
earlier?
your attention is
Or
what
we're
they do.
good on that ordinance?
They make money too.
Okay, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all.
Okay. All righty. anything else need to come before this body for the good of it?
Happy Father's Day to all those fathers out there.
That's right.
Your first Father's Day.
Yeah, this is your first one, huh?
Yeah.
As she said, yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
What you getting for your Father's Day?
Amen.
You got an idea yet?
I'm gonna take, actually, my dad's coming down. I'm gonna take him out on the boat for an hour.
Oh, okay, all right.
Raise your hand.
Okay.
Just raise it. Buddy already made a motion.
Already made a motion.
And it is on.
Meeting call. Thank you.